And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman along with meteorologist Sean Ash. We've got team coverage on streaming WTHR Plus. We'll have coverage on Channel 13 as needed for tornado warnings, the potential of destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, all really in play over the next several hours.
Yeah, I know. And look, it's taken a little while to get in. We were fearful that we might have some supercells in advance of the line. That did not materialize. Unfortunately, as this line moves in, it's going to be tapping into a very strong and strengthening low-level wind field. And I think this thing is going to thrive, Angela, and I think we're going to have a bunch of warnings between now and midnight.
Yeah, and speaking of warnings, we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for our northern counties. So northern parts of White, northern parts of Cass County. This severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8 p.m. Sometimes with a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado watch in place, sirens will sound. So if you're just hopping on the stream now and perhaps you did hear the sirens, remember sirens for outdoor use, that sometimes is the reason, depending on the community that you live in. But I do want to give you a closer view of the cell that we're tracking that has prompted the severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for northern sections of Cass and northern parts of White counties. You can see the highlighted area of that warning, and the storm is right over Monticello. Heavy rain, potential for some large hail, potential for some damaging wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. And this is tracking northeast at about 60. I'll do a quick storm track on this and then we'll just kind of get you ready for the line of storms that is developing across the eastern and central sections of Illinois right now. So we will clear that, put a track on this cell that is now in Monticello. We'll just track the leading edge just to give you an idea of where it's going to go, moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So these are moving pretty quickly to the northeast, North Manchester at 750. So it's going to move from Monticello to just north of Logansport. At least the severe part of this storm for now is expected to stay just north of you, Logansport. But White and Cass counties, a severe thunderstorm warning for you until 8 o'clock this evening. It is going to be an active night of weather and something that we've been really talking about for days since the severe storms we had on Sunday. Brought down a lot of trees, brought down a lot of power lines. Most of the storms locally on Sunday the damage was associated with straight line wind. The wind field right now that we're dealing with a little more supportive or conducive to support and continue to develop storms that produce tornadoes. So that's the concern as we head into the next several hours. Most of the storm reports that we're getting out of portions of Illinois are for now with damaging wind and large hail. They've had some golf ball size hail. But I can also tell you a couple of the storms that we've been monitoring near and east of Effingham now, or in that area of Effingham, Illinois, there were at times confirmed tornado warnings on a couple of the cells there. So this is going to be a real concern as it's now nearing the state line. So heads up, Terre Haute in Vigo County, those of you in Vermilion County, those of you in Park County, this is an area that we're going to monitor first for the arrival of the storms that at this point have a history of confirmed tornado warnings. They are severe thunderstorm warnings if you're north of Lafayette. This is part of a bigger line of storms. There's the severe thunderstorm warning for northern White, northern Cass counties until 8 o'clock this evening. This is a highlighted area of the tornado watch. Let's go back to the watch area real quick. The watch area here doesn't for now include the eastern part of the state. However, we don't want you to let your guard down. We fully anticipate the watch to be expanded or extended off to the east. For now, the watch goes until 11 o'clock. And again, Cass, White counties, sometimes with the tornado watch and the severe thunderstorm warning, those sirens will sound. And with the environment that's in place, we really want you to treat these warnings, even if they are severe thunderstorm warnings, like tornado warnings. So for now, most of us under the watch, this is why when you take the time to review that safety plan. What am I going to do when the warning is issued? Because you don't want to have to think about it. When the warning's issued, that's when you take action and put that safety plan into place to save property and save lives. So what's safe, what's not safe in terms of where to go during severe weather? It is not safe to be in a mobile home. It is not safe to be in a large open room or in a vehicle. You can't hide under an overpass. Find another option. If you happen to be on the road, and I know sometimes it sounds crazy, the recommendation is to get out of the vehicle, into the ditch, make yourself low. But if you've got enough warning and enough time, that's when you make your way into a sturdy building, whether it be a gas station or a restaurant, and then you want to get into the middle part of that building. More safe is the interior room of a well-constructed home or building. That's why we get out of the vehicles and into something a little more sturdy. The safest place is a basement or a tornado shelter. For most of us, we don't have tornado shelters here in Indiana. A lot of homes do have basements, but if you don't have a basement, we don't want you to worry. We tell this to students when we do 13 Weather Academy talks, that even if you don't have a basement, there is a way to stay safe during severe weather. The basement obviously is the first option, and even with that, you want to be in the middle part, away from those exterior walls. If you don't have a basement, it's going to be the lowest level in the middle. So think here, this is a bathroom, but it might also be a closet in the middle part of your home, just the lowest level. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. So those are just a couple of safety tips, and we encourage you to keep these in mind, keep these in practice as we head through the next several hours because of that threat of tornadoes across central Indiana, and it's something that we're going to continue to monitor. 15%, that's the tornado probability. We don't really see the tornado probability percentages. Those percentages get this high. So when we do, it's really an alert for us to be monitoring all that storm development for rotation, because it means the ingredients are in place for those storms to quickly rotate, and perhaps quickly produce tornadoes. The model data is supporting that. So what you see here are possible tracks of rotation that the computer model is finding and alerting us to, and can't necessarily go on the exact destination of these or placement, but what we see is there's a lot of this. So even the computer model data picking up on the fact that we expect rotating thunderstorms for central Indiana. Damaging wind threat is also high at 45% in terms of that probability. What that means, destructive gusts in excess of 70 miles per hour. We had a non-severe thunderstorm gust at 60 miles per hour earlier this afternoon out at the airport in Indianapolis. But when we get into this line of storms, even if they don't rotate, the potential that those winds may exceed 70, 75 miles per hour. In addition to that, severe hail. Most of the reports that we've seen coming out of Illinois, golf ball size hail. So almost 2 inches in diameter. The hail probability sitting at 30%, and it does cover all of central Indiana at this point. In terms of hail size, we consider anything the size of a quarter or larger to be severe. So that's an inch in diameter. Once you get bigger than that, 1.5 inches, we're talking about the size of a ping pong ball. 1 3/4 inches, the size of a golf ball. Once we get to 2.5, that's a tennis ball, baseball, softball size hail. So this is what we're watching, and the National Weather Service will actually watch those reports come in, because when they issue a severe thunderstorm warning, that's based on that storm perhaps producing a 58 mile per hour gust or higher. That's severe. Or inch in diameter hail or larger, that's also severe, and they do that to verify their warnings. The warnings tonight will come from the National Weather Service. It was the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, that issued the tornado watch for us. Also watching not only the wave of rain that we've got tonight on a saturated ground. We had rain and heavy rain and storms this morning. Anything that continues to fall will cause the creeks, the rivers, and streams to rise. Lowland flooding also an issue. National Weather Service does have us under a flood watch tonight through early Sunday. What's blinking here across parts of Illinois, flash flood warning. So we may see, if we get under some of the heavier pockets of rain, a few of those as well. Holler at me if you see anything that really jumps at you, Sean. I'm almost finished.
Yeah, we've got this tornado warning for Jasper County.
Okay.
Outside of our viewing area, but rotation increasing there near Rensselaer. So I want to show you that. You can see that rotating column, and this is just one of probably going to be several Want to show you a vantage point just to the west, and this is along I-65. We'll show you the NDOT camera, and it did catch my attention. I was just about to tweet this out. Look at the lowering there.
Oh, wow.
So we got a low cloud base. Been keeping a real close tab on that camera. Have another one as well that's not far from that location here. So the circulation that's prompted the tornado warning is east of I-65. But if you've got some friends up in this area, and you can see that rotating column, it will stay to the north of Monon, going to cross over 421, and going to be heading toward Francisville. This is all part of it. You can see it sticking out there.
Oh, sure.
With the rotation. So I suspect what's going to happen, and we tried to stress this earlier, and is that we're going to have a combination of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings, and some storms may have a combination of both too. So again, can't stress it enough. We're a long way from over, friends. We got another 5 hours, I believe, of getting some warnings here, and we'll be talking about that in a little more detail in just a little bit.
Yeah, and Future Track 13 had done a pretty good job on the placement of the storms. Obviously, we don't have anything around the Indianapolis area right now, but we're starting to see that line cross into the northwestern part of the state with severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings, and we expect the line to continue to move from west to east. So if you're thinking now, okay, I have kids to pick up at 8 o'clock. If you're in Indianapolis east, 8 o'clock still looks pretty good. Anytime after that, however, or if you are west of Indianapolis, we may need to alter some of the evening plans if you don't want to be out during the threat of severe weather that unfortunately at this point still includes tornadoes. This is Future Track 13 showing that severe threat coming to an end by the time we get into, say, midnight or shortly thereafter. Let's go back to radar, and we'll kind of do a deep dive on the warnings. We obviously have the severe thunderstorm warning for northern sections of Cass and White until 8 p.m. Sean pointed out the tornado warning for the Rensselaer area. And then we have numerous tornado warnings in the central part of this line, and that's going to be a concern for us as these storms continue to move north and east at about 60 miles per hour. So let's clear that warning real quick, and then we'll just give a closer look. We'll start north, and because I do want to show you just how close these storms are getting to the Terre Haute area and say Park County. This is the area under warnings now, staying north of Monticello at this point for the warning and north of Logansport, and then they did upgrade to a tornado warning. And we've seen this really over the last several waves of storms. It's been an active spring already, but oftentimes the National Weather Service will issue a larger tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning, larger severe thunderstorm warning to cover the area and give alerts in advance of a powerful storm, a severe storm, and then focus on the area of rotation and issue the tornado warning within that severe thunderstorm warning. That's what Sean was mentioning, and we've seen it happen with several of the events that we've had so far, and anticipate more of that. And it's great because what happens is the National Weather Service gives you plenty of time to say, hey, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Treat it like a tornado warning, because embedded in the severe storms, this rotation can happen quickly with little or no notice. But giving you the severe thunderstorm warning ahead of time gives you that advanced notice. Fowler, looks like Benton County under a severe thunderstorm warning. Very intense storm, severe, moving into Fowler right now. This will continue to move across Benton County. Let's do a time on this. So that's a new severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45, and that's going to be for Benton County. And you can see the reason why. Severe storm just to the west of Fowler, and that will continue to move east. Let's do a quick track on this. Most of these have been moving east-northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So this one will move into Fowler in the next few minutes and then continue on that path. The Monticello, if it would hold together, Monticello and Logansport would be in the path of the storm. Not the storm that is moving through now, but another severe storm that's to your west. Monticello, I know you've got some heavy rain and some rumbles of thunder right now just below severe limits. But if this one that's approaching Fowler holds together in the next half hour, 45 minutes, it's going to work its way into parts of Cass and White County. So just an early heads up that we do have a severe storm in Fowler. If it would hold together, would impact Monticello and Logansport. Let's head south. Non-severe storms popping up, Delphi and Lafayette back through Attica. You can see those crisscrossing Interstate 65 north of Lafayette. Another cell brewing in and around the Covington area. Let's go south of this location. I want to show you that you're clear Rockville for now, clear Terre Haute for now. But what's developing? These are numerous tornado warnings. At times, these have been confirmed tornado warnings moving through Effingham, Illinois, and continuing to track off to the east-northeast. We've been clocking these at about 60 miles per hour or so. So we can actually measure out how far these storms are. So let's go from Effingham to the state line, 55 miles. So think within an hour, we're going to have storms impacting perhaps Park County. So think Rockville, Terre Haute, maybe Crawfordsville and Greencastle in the next 60 to 90 minutes as these storms continue to move east-northeast. So kind of highlighting just how close they are getting to the state line. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings for areas north and west, but the rest of central Indiana at this point is pretty quiet. So as I mentioned, if you need to run out and do something real quick, a quick errand, or pick up the kids from practice or grab dinner, this is your time. I'd say you have an hour or two for Indianapolis and the surrounding communities. It's going to be less than an hour for our western communities. Sean, how is that storm looking to the northwest?
Yeah, I mean, it's still impressive here. I want to show you what one of the NDOT cameras looks like, and this is from Remington, so this is right along I-65. This thing is getting whipped around big time. And what we've had all day long is non-thunderstorm gust well in excess of 40 miles per hour. We had a 60 mile per hour gust out at the international airport, and currently, even without thunderstorms, we're pushing 40 to 45. That's transporting up the warmth. Hit 81 today, as Angela talked about. And even Peru, during my noon show today, Peru was only in the 40s. So it took some time. Now we're all within the warm sector that we talked about yesterday, and so you can see this line of storms. I'll get to it in a moment. I'll dive up to the northern part. So when we start running down the list of ingredients, you need moisture. We have that. Dew points are in the 60s. You need instability. We're not like explosively unstable, but we've got the wind and the wind shear, and we've got the lift that's coming in from the cold front. That's the key. Much of our day we've been capped off. Now we're busting up the cap with the approaching front, okay? And you can see that long line of storms. Thankfully, though it doesn't mean we are out of the woods by any stretch, we have not had, some of the high-res modeling hinted yesterday that there might be some lone discrete supercells, and those would maximize the rotation in the atmosphere. That did not happen. Now, that's not to say before we get to this line across the state that we won't have some cells developing in advance of the line. But as we dive back in here, thus far, this is radar indicated rotation that's heading toward North Judson. And while we have it, let me just double check just to make sure that we haven't had any reports. For the most part, it's been some strong rotation. I'm looking at some damage. And by the way, let me expand out and turn on the storm reports just so you can see the swath we've had reports of hail and wind damage over in Illinois, and some of the reports over there, we're starting to get some damage pictures from a chat room over in the Weather Service office in Illinois. But you can see that cluster of wind damage and hail reports. Right now, the concern, at least, and this is not in our viewing area per se, but this is why we're doing the live stream, because we know eventually we are going to have warnings, and we just want to be giving you the coverage, keeping you up to date on this. This is the storm. You see what we call that rotating shear marker. I'm going to take this thing back, and you can see just how quickly it went from not a lot of rotation to rotation tightening up. And that's prompted that tornado warning. If you've got friends up here in Stark County, Pulaski County, this thing's moving quick. And heads up there, if you've got some friends in Plymouth, Culver, on the campus there, and eventually moving toward Napanee if this thing holds together. So this is just the beginning of what's going to be several warnings that we're going to have to deal with. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a different setup. We're not going to have, we probably aren't going to have real strong hook echoes, at least we hope we won't. These are going to be very rain wrapped, most of them, and we're just going to we'll have to scan with the radar, kind of dive into it. We'll see if we get any hooks, but I think what's going to be mostly is going to be a longer line of storms with embedded rotation within it. And keep in mind, the line that's over Illinois right now hasn't even tapped into the strong low-level jet stream that is just sitting here waiting across Indiana. And when I say low-level jet, we're talking about 2,500 to 5,000 feet above the surface. So even as we're losing the daytime heating, once that line taps into that strong wind field, it is going to keep it going for the next 5 hours here as it crosses the state. So that is what's shaking right now. Again, the warnings we've got Benton County severe thunderstorm warning till 7:45 Eastern Daylight. And then as we work back up, there's that rotation, the radar indicated rotation on that tornado warning that's moving, going to be cutting across 35 Angela there, north central Indiana.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah. And now is the time, especially if you're in the central part of the state, to be thinking about the severe weather plan. What are you going to do when warnings are issued, when the line of storms that we're tracking actually moves into your neighborhood? This is an impressive line of storms, and as Sean pointed out, really hasn't tapped into the more significant severe parameters that have been in place across central Indiana most of the day. That's why we feel this is going to continue to develop and unfortunately continue to produce severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings as the line moves from west to east across the state between now and about midnight, 1 a.m., give or take. You still have time, Indianapolis east, for to be thinking about that severe plan. And you still have a little bit of time west as well. It's just your time is a little shorter because the line is getting closer to you. We do have the severe thunderstorm warnings continuing for northern Cass and northern White until 8 p.m. And that tornado warning, more importantly, up near the Rensselaer area. This is the tornado watch. Looks like they've extended it south and east of central Indiana to include southeastern sections of the state. We still anticipate additional watches. Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, most likely waiting to see what happens as these storms get into the western part of the state, as they tap into those severe parameters that are in place. Are they going to go additional tornado? Will they do severe thunderstorm? We wait on that at this point, but just anticipate warnings up and down the line as it moves from west to east. That's the watch. So time now to prepare. What am I going to do in the event of severe weather? You want to know that and plan ahead, because once the warning is issued, that's when you have to move quickly. We don't want you thinking at that point. We just want you moving at that point. Tornado has been detected on radar or a spotter. Most likely we're going to have spotter networks up and running. They've been up and running across parts of Illinois with this line, although it does get difficult to spot severe weather as we lose daylight. And we are about a half hour, 40 minutes or so from losing daylight. So it becomes increasingly more difficult and dangerous to try to spot tornadoes, try to spot severe weather when we don't have daylight. And it's not something that we encourage our viewers to do. We'd much rather you be in the safe place of your home. And if you unfortunately get damage, then reach out after the threat has passed. Unsafe, mobile home, large open room, vehicles. It's not safe to be under an overpass either, because if you think about it, if you get those strong winds coming underneath that overpass or underneath that bridge, that area gets smaller, and as it gets smaller, the winds actually can get faster. It speeds up. So it's just not, if you think, okay, well, I'm at least going to be protected from the heavy rain or the hail if I'm under a bridge or an overpass, it is not safe. We want you to be in the interior room of a well-constructed home or building. So if you find yourself on the interstate and you get the alert on your phone, move quickly. Move quickly into a coffee shop, a restaurant, a gas station. We've seen time and time again that managers of those establishments know what to do, know to where to get their employees, know where to put people to protect them. And the most safe, obviously, is a basement or a storm shelter. We don't have a lot of storm shelters in central Indiana. We do have buildings that have basements. If you go, and that's your chosen place to go, still want you in the middle of that basement. But we also know that there are lots of homes in central Indiana that don't have basements. So think the middle, lowest level, and in this description or depiction, it's a bathroom. It can also be a closet. I actually talked my daughter through a tornado warning up in Angola on Sunday evening. All the students piled in the bathroom in the middle, and she said, "Is there anything else I can do?" And I said, well, if you have time, and she did at that point, grab some cushions from the couch, grab a couple of pillows, even if it's a blanket, something to put over your head to protect yourself from flying debris. I've also talked to my parents. They are in a new place, and unfortunately, it's on the second floor. Do you go to the middle of that? Yes, that's safe, but not as safe as making friends with the lady that lives underneath you. That's really the safest place, is the lowest level away from windows and doors. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. So just a few tips to keep you and your family safe when we deal with severe weather. And we do get severe weather in central Indiana. And so far, it has been an active spring for us. Model data, Sean was talking a little bit about this on what we were seeing and the potential of rotation, and still picking up on that potential when we see these streaks here. The model is picking up on rotating storms, indicating the potential of tornadoes. And what we notice here, not necessarily, oh, I'm picking this spot, this spot, this spot, but there are a lot of them. More information and more support that the environment is conducive to produce severe storms with tornadoes. Most of the severe damage that we got with the storms on Sunday, when you were watching Rob and Matt and Sean here on WTHR Plus and over on Channel 13, a lot of that damage was caused by straight line wind. But if you get a straight line wind of 70, 80 miles per hour, that's the same as having an EF0 tornado damage. And Sean always points this out. It doesn't matter what does the damage. If you've got damage, you've got damage, and you've got cleanup. Destructive wind possible in addition to storms that may rotate that may end up in that 75 to 85 mile per hour range. So we want you to treat, even if it's a severe thunderstorm, treat it like a tornado warning and follow the same safety plan. Severe hail odds in that 30% range, covering all of central Indiana. What is severe hail? Anything the size of an inch or larger. So the size of a quarter or bigger is considered severe. Some of the largest hailstones in Indiana history, they've gotten as big as softball. Most of the reports we're getting out of Illinois are in that range of 1 3/4 inches, so the size of a golf ball, or slightly larger into that 2-inch range. That's a threat as well. We had a lot of folks here make sure they wanted to get home before all of this happened, put their cars in the garage and be thinking, okay, do I have something outside, patio furniture, anything that's easily movable, that if we do get a big hailstorm, a big windstorm, that I can protect that, because you still have a little bit of time. In addition to the severe threats tonight, we are moving into an active weather pattern that will take us all the way through the weekend, the start of Sunday. Flood watch by the National Weather Service, they expanded this a little farther north. As I drove in today, crossed the White River, it is high. With additional heavy rain, creeks, rivers, streams will continue to fill up. If you live near one of those and you're prone to flooding, now's the time to be thinking about that as well. What's kind of blinking at you, that's a flash flood warning. We may end up with a few of those, especially as the rain continues to fall, with several waves expected in the coming days. And still that rainfall potential for the southern half of the state, 5 to 7 inches or more from Indianapolis down to Bloomington and Columbus. So just a good thing to keep in mind. We are moving into a very active weather pattern. In terms of moving, we expect this line of storms to move from west to east over the next several hours between now and about midnight. If you're in Indianapolis, thinking closer to the 9 o'clock time frame. If you are east, closer to 10, 11 midnight as this line continues to move from west to east. If you need some dry time, and if you've seen the 7-day, you know we don't have a lot of dry time in the forecast. This is 2 o'clock tomorrow morning when you check in with Matt and Lindsay. They'll both be in a little early to get Thursday underway, prepare you for any issues with the weather and traffic. If we happen to have trees or power lines down, things like that, sunrise starts at 4 a.m. Morning commute, a good part of it's going to be dry as we expect the line to sink south, but then it's going to come back north. And basically that boundary is just going to sit there, and it's going to go up and down over the next couple of days. That will keep us in and out of rain and storm chances. Not expecting severe weather tomorrow, but that threat does return on Friday night, and perhaps even into the early part of Saturday. This is the line that we're watching. Severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings have been issued north. Severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings issued now in the eastern sections of Illinois. And Sean, these are getting close. Yep. And I mentioned that it becomes difficult to spot this severe weather as we lose daylight, but some of these cells have been rain wrapped as well. Well,
yeah, it's difficult. It'll be difficult to see from outside. What is not difficult and what worries me is what's happening over southeastern Illinois, okay? Let me put the lightning strikes back on. This line, by the way, I just measured about 55 to near 60 miles per hour. We've got numerous tornado warnings on it as it's approaching western Indiana, okay? Sullivan, Vincennes, Terre Haute, Linton, get ready. Probably within, I'll do a track here in a moment, but I want to show you what the problem is going to be. And as you look at the live Doppler 13 radar here, and I've got now we've got the wind velocity, and this is why the Weather Service will have their hands full. These areas of rotation will happen very quickly. But look how many there are along this line. This will be the concern, okay? There's one there, red, green next to each other. Here's another one. Here's another one. This is called a line echo wave pattern. And this is what's going to be moving through, crossing the state. I would argue it's probably going to intensify some. So we're going to have all kinds of these circulations cutting across the state here. From now, probably going to get to, in fact, let's do a track on this, but from now until midnight. This line's not going to be on the Ohio state line probably till about midnight. As Angela mentioned, right now we're thinking in the metro area about 9 to 10 p.m. So let me just track this out at 60 miles per hour. And now we've got a confirmed tornado warning out of Jasper, Illinois. So this has been my concern for the better part of the day. And this is now going to morph into something Again, we're unlikely going to have supercells. We're going to have what's called a line echo wave pattern, and just what that means is we're going to have strong areas of rotation embedded in this line. That can happen quickly. Some of them could be long tracked. The high-res model data has been very persistent on, Angela was showing you those, the technical term is helicity streaks. It's the model picking up strong rotation within storms. And they've been clustered over Indiana for several days now. All right, so let's take this out and just hang with me here. We're going to take this line at 60 miles per hour, roughly. And then I'm just going to, let's take this and let's do about 90 minutes. So in 90 minutes, it'll be near Frankfurt, and that puts it about 9 o'clock. Danville, Crawfordsville, 8:30. Terre Haute, by the way, right around 8 o'clock. So we're probably within the next, what's that, Ange? That puts it, next half hour, we're going to probably start to get tornado warnings in the state of Indiana. That's why we're on WTHR Plus. We want to get out ahead of this, and then once these warnings start, we're just going to be on this stream for the better part of your evening. So we appreciate you, and we're doing our best. Our whole team, Rob and Matt and Lindsay and myself and Angela, and Chuck, we all do our very best to keep you safe and give you as much leadway and as much accuracy as we can with these. So there you go. I'm going to tweet this out here in a moment, Ange, because again, that is what, just looking at those signatures, that really concerns me.
Yeah, and the tough part is there's so many, as you pointed out, just in that view, 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
That's why we have to treat all of these warnings like tornado warnings because of the nature of this and the fast spin up,
Well, and again, and I've been trying to stress, we've been having meetings with our news crew. Look, the atmosphere over Indiana is, it is ripe for rotation. It is. And we're not saying all this stuff to scare you. We're just trying to get you prepared. So, sometimes after dark or when we're out of daytime heating, these things are going to fizzle. Well, again, we're talking, I mentioned it before, that low-level wind, we call it the low-level jet stream, that will overcome the, loss of daylight. That will let this thing thrive from where it is now until it gets over. And if we look back tomorrow at the amount of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings that are going to be issued on this thing, it's going to go almost the entire state.
Yeah. And I think you answered one of our questions on the Facebook, because you can stream this on Facebook as well. Beverly wanted to know, the line of storm seems to have some rain out ahead of it. Is that going to affect the strength? Yeah,
and that's a good point. And again, I'm trying to think the last time we had a line echo wave pattern move through like this, and it's just not coming up. My older brain's not as good as my younger one, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's been a little bit since we've had a situation like this. So this is a little different, but I think the message has been the same about the wind potential and the tornado potential. I will say, I think we're probably on the other side of the large hail threat.
Okay.
But the wind and the tornado threat, I think that still carries on here. And I hope this thing collapses. But based on the trends that I'm seeing, I'm not liking those trends. And again, the wind field over where we are is even stronger. It's just now beginning to encounter that low-level jet. Okay. So if you've got friends that might not know about our stream, that are in Terre Haute, anywhere along the way, Covington, Attica, please know that you're ballpark about a half an hour away before it gets to your friends over there. So give them a heads up, let them know we're on here, and we're we're gonna ride this thing out together.
Yeah, extensive expanded coverage on the stream, and then obviously under tornado warnings, that will be simultaneous coverage on Channel 13. And if you happen to be on the stream on Facebook, Rosie, one of our viewers, had some really good recommendations. Make sure you have flashlights. Make sure you have candles, something to light the candles with in case you lose power. Now's a good time. Central Indiana, we still, for the most part, have power, but now's the time to be thinking, okay, what if I don't have power? Charge that cell phone now. Also, this was a good idea too. Have something for kids to do so they aren't frightened if they can't sleep. And you know, what do you do if these are coming through at like 9 o'clock and the kids' bedtime is 8 p.m.? Just might be one of those nights where you adjust or have everyone fall asleep on the first floor rather than putting kids to bed up on a second floor and having to wake them up. Just something to be thinking about, something to be keeping in mind. So Rosie, one of our viewers on the Facebook stream, big thank you. That's really, really helpful. So we answered Beverly. Autumn wanted to know if Kokomo is in the path. Yes, anywhere that across central Indiana from our viewing area, north to south, west to east, will be in the path of this line. Is it a damaging wind gust? Is it rotation? Do you get hail? Do you get heavy rain? All of that's going to be possible. As Sean mentioned, thinking we're now on the other side of the really large hail threat. They had golf ball, even bigger size hail across parts of Illinois, but now moving into an atmosphere that supports the wind damage and the rotation. And with the storms we saw on Sunday, not necessarily rotating storms, but boy, we had some big trees down from Bloomington into Brown County over toward Bartholomew County, impacting areas in and around the Lake Monroe area. And just be aware that even a damaging wind gust of 70 plus, it's like having an EF0 tornado damage. It doesn't move in the same pattern. That's how the National Weather Service knows when they went out to do the surveying that it was straight line wind. But regardless, that potential exists with the storms this evening. Tisha checking in from Edinburgh. Carrie wants to know about Royal Center. So that's up near the Logansport area. So we'll go north, and we'll just go north to south along this line. Royal Center is getting some of the stronger cells at this point. And we'll just do a quick zoom on this area. So we're going to be north of Lafayette here. There's Rensselaer. The severe part of that storm has pushed east of Rensselaer, and for now, staying north of Monticello, north of Logansport, north of Royal Center. This cell headed more toward the Plymouth area and perhaps Rochester. So in between Plymouth and Rochester at this point. The severe thunderstorm warnings continue just north of Monticello and just to the north of Logansport. And of course, we have that warned cell that is moving through Benton County. So there's the warning for northern White, northern Cass until 8 p.m. An additional severe thunderstorm warning, although not looking as impressive for the area in and around Benton County. So that's Fowler. So that's just to the southwest of Monticello. There's the warned cell for Benton County. That warning goes until 7:45. So we've got another couple minutes on that warning. That one doesn't look quite as intense. So that's a little bit of good news for you, Monticello, Logansport, Royal Center. The severe storm threat for now is up to your north, and that's at this point where we see it happening. Although we still have that main line of storms that will move across portions of central Indiana over the next several hours. Let's just go south along this line. Not severe here, but you're now into some rain. Lafayette, Crawfordsville, 231 goes from Lafayette to Crawfordsville, south to Greencastle. Here are the storms, not severe, no warnings with this area near Hoopeston and Danville, Illinois, back through Champaign. So if you're familiar with those areas just across the state line in the eastern sections of Illinois, not severe. But what is, and what is most concerning, are these cells that we can see here that are now just west of Terre Haute. You've got rain Terre Haute, you've got rain into Linton, so Vigo, Greene counties into Sullivan County and Point South, but we're also monitoring, and they have extended east to not quite the state line, but boy, it's getting close. That confirmed tornado warning just to the southeast of Effingham, Illinois. This is moving toward Robinson. So if you live from Terre Haute south to Sullivan into Vincennes, you might be familiar with some of those smaller communities in eastern Illinois near the state line. So Robinson, we'll wait and see if we get any information out of the National Weather Service office. But for now, they do continue that confirmed tornado warning, and it is not far from the state line. That is for Jasper, Illinois, and Sean mentioned this when we went to him last until 8:15. So that's 30 minutes from now, but moving between 50 and 60 miles per hour. Actually, we'll do the map, kind of the measuring tool, I'll say, on this, because we give you an idea. If it's moving that quickly, where is it going to go? And how quickly is it going to get there? We know now that it's in eastern Illinois, so the storm line is now about 35 miles or so from the Indiana-Illinois border. That would put it 8:15 to the state line, because we're at 7:45 right now. Most likely we're going to have warnings issued in advance of this. So look for those to happen in the next 15 minutes to a half hour, and most likely will include this area in between Terre Haute, Vincennes, over toward Linton and Bloomfield, based on the movement of that confirmed tornado warning. So that was one thing Sean pointed out, and I wanted to kind of measure out. We'll do a quick track on this as well. Let's clear this, and we'll do a track on the storm. And get you some times of arrival. Are you seeing something?
Well, it just I feel bad because, you know, I wasn't looking in the National Weather Service chat room, but when I did go back in there, they essentially were echoing.
Oh, the time frame?
No, their concern about the line echo wave pattern. So, but they were saying it before I was. So they're doing a tremendous job, and yeah, they're going to have their hands full, Ange. So yes, but they're on it and they see it. And yeah, so it's just a matter of time before we get these warnings that'll be extended. And yeah, like I said, though, they're going to be numerous. I mean, these things go all the way back to the Mississippi River. You can see the warnings that go all the way down into the Boot Hill of Missouri. So we got a long way to go, friends. Long way to go. You know, and the thing about these tornado warnings, by the way, on these is, and there's a new one. So this,
oh yeah,
there you go.
I see it.
So this takes it right up to the state line. Okay, this is radar indicated. Just bear with me here as we dive in on this. Weather Service essentially has to create a broad brush on it because there's just so many areas of circulation, and they can come and go very quickly. So what they do, they just almost warn not the entire line, but large sections of it. And so there's Casey, Illinois, there's Marshall, there's one, and so you can get quick. And one thing I want to point out, because I think we'll see similar structure when this thing gets over into our viewing area, is that the whole thing, and that's why they issue it, is still going to produce strong wind and possibly well over 70 miles an hour. But you can get within that these tighter circulations, which are tough to pinpoint sometimes too. You can get those, and those can intensify the wind. But there's just several of these circulations, and that's why there's just so many tornado warnings. And you can see this long wind that goes down. So Terre Haute, again, this is moving 55-60. It'll be there. It should be there before roughly quarter after 8 o'clock at that speed. It should be on the state line close to almost 8.
Okay, you answered another one of our Facebook questions.
We aim to please.
Yeah, Cass is asking, is this moving fast? And yes, 50 to 60 miles per hour. They will move across the state line. Our coverage will continue until this moves out. We've had some questions about these pop-ups. Marion to Muncie, for now below severe limits, but they're seeing some lightning in Madison County around the Anderson area. We'll watch this, but for now below severe limits in terms of any warnings. But we need to take all of the storm development seriously, and Sean mentioned the entire line. There are going to be damaging wind gusts from north to south along this line. Does it rotate? Does it not rotate? At some point, it may not matter if you've got wind damage because of wind gusts in excess of 70 miles an hour. Cheryl checking in Muncie. So Muncie, you may be seeing some lightning, and you've got some pockets of heavier rain just to your northwest, non-severe at this point. But yes, the line that you see coming into the western part of the state will impact all of us over the next, say, 4 or 5 hours. So, Cheryl, thank you for checking in with us. Angie from Noblesville, hello to you on this Wednesday evening. So Noblesville, north of Fishers here in Hamilton County. Timeline for you, so we're 10 minutes to 8 o'clock, still thinking closer to that 9 o'clock time frame. We expect these to be into the western part of the state between 8 and 9, and then central part of the state 9, 10, 11, and then eastern part of the state say 10, 11, midnight. So we do expect it to move pretty quickly. We do expect damaging wind and that threat of rotating storms as well. So Angie from Noblesville, thank you for checking in. Melissa from Franklin also checking in on the Facebook stream. If you're streaming on WTHR Plus, we are working on ways to interact with you as well. So look for that as we get some of the new technology, because we'd love to know what you're seeing, where you are, answer any questions if possible. It's just right now it's a little easier to do on the Facebook stream because they can type those out, but look for some updated technology to come to WTHR Plus and this stream so that we can have a little more interaction. And speaking of interaction, we by no means want you going out in the dark looking for severe weather. It's going to just be way too dangerous. We want you in your safe place, keeping your family and your home as safe as possible on a night like tonight. So Franklin, thank you for checking in. Chase, I think we answered about the storms popping here in Madison and Delaware counties. We'll watch them. Nothing to be concerned about at this point. Christine checking in and asking about the Plainfield-Avon line. So we're going to be into the eastern sections of Hendricks County. Still, I would think an hour away. You're going to get some of the rain leading up to the severe storms, but the tornado warned storms are still just across the state line, and I'd say about an hour or so from you at this point. So thank you for checking in. Let's see.
Somebody asked, and hang tight here, I'm going to do my best. Someone asked if we could show a future track.
Sure. Okay,
so and that's a good idea because it does offer the visual, and it's doing a pretty good job. It's probably about a half an hour too far west, the way it looks.
Okay.
The Terre Haute 8:15, between 8 and 8:15, but it's got the general idea. All right, there's the level 4 risk that we've talked about all day long. Okay. This is not an exact, but it's just an idea. And remember, all along that line, there's going to be areas of very strong wind, and there's going to be rotation. And so that's why we continue to stress that, you know, it's only 8 o'clock, and so this is Future Track 13 in roughly a couple of hours. And that's getting into the metro area. It's going to take longer. The farther east you are, the longer it takes. So possibly 10:30, 11 o'clock. And we still are going to have areas within this at 10:30, 11 that are still going to be producing warnings. And we're going to have the heavy rain component. I think the hail component that is probably being minimized. But wind and tornado potential remains, okay? Now we're roughly at midnight, and once we get to midnight, still in the heavy rain, but it's the leading edge that would be causing the most issues. And at that point in time, just about out of the state. And we can probably give you the all clear by 1 a.m. By 1 a.m., severe threat should be over, Angela. And the only thing that would be going on after that is let's hope not, but cleanup efforts, and there still could be some flooding going on, the flash flooding variety. And then after that, we'll deal with the river flooding that's going to come later this week.
And we're going to answer another Facebook question because I'm glad you brought up the flood watch and some additional flooding that may lead to warnings, asking about the difference between a watch and a warning, and we'll get to that in just a second. Courtney, checking in from Hancock County, wants to know, is Hancock County in the path? Yes, that's the county just east of Indianapolis. That's where we find Greenfield. So yes, you will be in the path closer to, say, 9 o'clock, between 9 and 10 p.m. for arrival time. Jacob checking in from the Lebanon area, also in the path. Brianna hasn't heard much about Johnson County. Johnson County, the county just south of Indianapolis, includes Franklin, Whiteland, New Whiteland, Greenwood, the Center Grove area. No warnings for you. You are under the tornado watch, and I'd say about an hour or so, hour and a half from seeing some of the initial line of rain and storms moving in. So you still have a little bit of time, but again, with the quick moving nature of these storms, if I didn't have to go out, I probably would not. Okay, so Vivian wants to know difference between a watch and a warning. She's currently under the flood watch. Currently, let's check the watches and warnings actually really quick. This is how radar looks right now. Most concern with the warnings approaching the state line. They've brought a tornado warning to just west of Terre Haute, so we're going to be concerned from Park and Vermilion counties south through Vigo into Sullivan, so that area Terre Haute, Rockville, south to Sullivan and Vincennes. In terms of warnings, we've been watching one cell up to the north, and the White County continues, northern White, until 8 p.m. as far as a severe thunderstorm warning. We want you to treat all of these warnings like tornado warnings, because as Sean has been showing you, the line of storms, we've got these little embedded areas of rotation that can quickly produce a tornado. Even if it doesn't rotate, produce that 70, 75, 80, 85 mile per hour wind gust. They've added some counties to the tornado watch, and that's going to include areas north and east. So for now, nothing in this area, but we expect that to change in the coming hours based on what we see move from west to east between Terre Haute and Indianapolis. But Muncie, the question was difference between a watch and a warning. For now, you're under the flood watch. That means just that. You're going to watch. Ingredients are coming together for severe weather, for flooding. We expect several waves of rain and storms in the coming days. It's the warning. When the warning is issued, that's when you put your action plan into motion. That's when you take action. So be thinking and reviewing your safety plan in the watch. Take action in the warning. For a flood watch, these are oftentimes issued several days in advance, and that's been the case with this flood watch, just because we're expecting several waves of rain and storms. So if you live near a creek, if you live near a stream, if you live near one of our major rivers, those are going to continue to rise as we continue to get rain. The ground is saturated. All of that's going to run off into the major waterways, and those levels will continue to climb. If you live in an area that's prone to flooding, with the watch, you think about, okay, what am I going to do in the event that I get a warning in terms of flooding? We don't see a lot of evacuations when we get flooding, at least in central Indiana. It has happened. It can happen. We hope it doesn't. But when we're dealing with the watch, that's the time you think about, what am I going to do in the event that I have to move. In terms of shelter, when we're talking tornadoes and severe storms, mobile home is not safe. Oftentimes these communities have a community center or a more sturdy building, so that's where you want to go in the event of a tornado warning. Or in this case tonight, a severe thunderstorm warning, because those winds could be in excess of 70 miles an hour. Large open room, not safe. A vehicle is not safe. We want you inside, lowest level, away from windows and doors. Basement is actually going to be the safest. So we covered that. Vivian, thank you so much for the question. Michaela, we covered Hancock County. You're still in the path. Is there going to be a lot of lightning? Janice wants to know. Yes, we've seen a lot of lightning with these storms. Most of the time we take that lightning off when we do our analysis, just because if we're getting thousands of lightning strikes, it makes it a little more difficult for us to analyze the storms. Oh, okay, this is a good question. Jessica wants to know, in our experience, when's the last time we had something like this? I feel like the couple rounds of severe storms. Rob and I tracked one 2 weeks ago on a Wednesday night. We had the line on Sunday, so we've had a handful so far. They've been similar as far as we get this line, and within the line we get embedded rotation, and we've seen that several times so far.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I can't.
Your memory's better than mine.
Back in September 20th, 2002, a long time ago, we had a long track tornado that was embedded within a line. I'm not saying that's what we're going to get tonight. We do get these from time to time. Something of interest that I want to show. Now, this is from the radar site near Evansville. So it's pointing toward what's coming in. And so where the beam is hitting the pixel that I queried, which is showing 80 miles per hour, that is roughly around 5,800 feet off the ground. We don't know if that's going to get mixed down to the surface, but that is, I've been saying it all, low-level jet. Well, it's hitting that low-level jet, okay? And that's moving into, just about to get into Vigo County here. So that is what we call base velocity, but in this situation, we look for storm relative. So we're looking for that twisting, and there's still twisting, and there's still warnings that are in place here. Goes all the way up to the state line, and the National Weather Service in Indianapolis will eventually, because we have several offices around us, once it crosses into Indiana, they basically take the reins from the Paducah Weather Service office, and then they will begin, of course this will be Lincoln, Illinois. They will take over, and then it will be on their watch, if you will. And they're all over it, so I suspect we will probably, if these signatures that we're seeing on radar continue, we're going to get an expansion of, at minimum, severe thunderstorm warning, but possibly some tornado warnings continuing to get into Indiana here within the next 15 minutes.
Okay, and we're getting some additional questions on the Facebook stream. One, what time can we expect it in Broad Ripple? What time can we expect it to clear the Indianapolis area? Sean did future track showing this moving now into the western part of the state between 8 and 9. So then that would put it closer to the central part of the state.
And there's the thunderstorm warning.
Okay, perfect.
That we just talked about.
And we found that with these so far. They issue a large severe thunderstorm warning, and then once they notice those little pockets of rotation, that's when they go tornado warning.
Yeah, excuse me. It goes technically until 8:45. Park County, Vigo County, obviously, Putnam counties, and give me a moment. I'll get the info on this. And this is going to be for near 70-mile-per-hour wind, not hail. The hail is about 3/4. So I think the window on the large hail is closing rapidly. So good news there. Unfortunately, we had a long way to go with the wind potential. So there's the warnings. There's the polygon. I'll get in close, and while I do that, Ange, I'm going to pop on our shear rate, because that sometimes can clean up, and where you see those pockets of green, and I've seen some pockets of red, which is strong shear picked up. And sometimes we get the extreme, and we had that on Sunday, by the way, on that cell that went from Lake Monroe, cut across Brown County, got into Columbus. We had that, so we'll see if we get that. But this is the severe thunderstorm warning. Terre Haute, Rockville, Rosedale, Brazil, Clay City, Sullivan, Jasonville, and it's arriving right on schedule, as we were talking about here. But we will still have to watch this thing for, as you mentioned, those areas of rotation that are still showing up, by the way, on the Evansville radar.
Okay.
That's a little bit closer. The beam is a little closer on the Evansville radar versus the one from Indianapolis. So we're still seeing these pockets of rotation. So.
And you did have Bloomington on that map, and I did have a question, when's it going to make its way to Bloomington? So if you think about the leading edge of that warning, or the eastern edge of that warning, until 8:45. Let's make sure, Bloomington, you're really paying attention by 8:45, 9 o'clock.
And moving east, by the way, at 60 miles per hour.
Okay, so moving east at 60. So they are moving very quickly.
Yes.
Speaking of that, let's measure that out. Okay, so let's take the leading edge of the real severe stuff in the eastern sections of Illinois, and let's take it out 60 miles per hour. Well, it's about between 60 and 70 miles per hour to Bloomington. So if it's moving at 60 miles per hour, Bloomington, that means you have about an hour. So that puts it at that 9 o'clock time frame where you're really going to want to pay attention if you're in Bloomington. And then you can map this out. Go north of Bloomington into Greencastle. You're going to be between 8:30 and 9. Lafayette, it's not severe at this point for you. We've had a couple questions about Lafayette. Rain, thunder, yes, not non-severe at this point. Right now, based on the line, it really looks like it's going to be this area in particular, moving east, northeast, and impacting areas along and south of Interstate 70, provided that we continue on that path. All right, let's clear this real quick, and then we'll time it out, because I've had some questions for the eastern part of the state as well. Sean did do future track, so if we go an hour to Bloomington and think 90 miles to the central part of the state, so that's an hour and a half, so that puts central part of the state. Think Fishers, Noblesville, Westfield, Kokomo, Tipton, really right on time between that 9 and 10 p.m. time frame. Fishers, Noblesville, Westfield, Carmel, Indianapolis, Franklin, and then south into the Nashville area. It will be then after that, so in that 10, 11 midnight time frame for the eastern part of the state. So hello, Winchester. We had a question from Winchester. It's just going to take a little longer for this line to continue to move east across the state. Our streaming will continue until the severe threat is over. We expect that to happen around midnight or shortly after. We will be kind of dipping in and out of coverage as needed. If there are tornado warnings that go for parts of our area, we'll be doing the stream here and then updating folks on Channel 13 as well. I will do a deep dive here on the radar in just a second. Lydia checking in from Greenwood. I think we answered that in that 9 to 10 time frame. You're going to have some rain out ahead of it, Johnson County and Greenwood, but the severe is still probably an hour and a half away. So we'll continue to watch Greenwood. We appreciate all of the comments and questions. Melissa asking about Bartholomew County. So in the Columbus area, that's going to be probably closer to that 9:30, 10 time frame as well. And then into the eastern part of the state between, say, 10:30 and midnight or so. Lebanon checking in. Stuck at work. Okay, so that brings up a good question too. If you are working and you're working during severe weather, does your place of employment have a severe weather plan? And if not, sometimes then it's your own personal responsibility to make sure you know where to go in the event of severe weather and have a way to get those alerts on your cell phone. So that actually brings up a good question. Okay, so question about the universities. I have found in all of my years working here in central Indiana, the universities here do a great job alerting students via the way they are alerted about severe weather. I mentioned my daughter up at school on Sunday night, huddled in a bathroom. They were alerted to get to a safe place by the university. So she didn't even need me on a night like that because, again, I have found that the universities do a great job. Okay, this is a question. Valerie wants to know, will the storms that are popping north and east have an impact on the line? At this point, we don't think so. This continues to move into an untapped atmosphere that continues to support that damaging wind threat and the rotation threat. And we want to make sure that you take all of these warnings, treat them like tornado warnings, go to the lowest level, stay in a safe place until the storm has passed you by, because we're seeing these pockets of rotation develop. And when we deal with something like this, it can happen with little to no notice. So here's your warning. National Weather Service has issued the severe thunderstorm warning. They've issued it for several communities in and around Terre Haute. So let's take a deep dive into this area. Yes.
And they fully admit, they did put the tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning, and it's because of these pockets of rotation. So as you discussed, they go broad severe thunderstorm warning, and then they'll wait, Angela, and see if we do get any of this rotation tightening up, which to me a little bit looks like it's starting to develop there. Just to the southwest of Terre Haute. And you know what, while we're here, hang tight, I've got a camera, purposely put some NDOT cameras over there so that we could monitor these. Doesn't look ominous right now. I think that may change as we, let me make sure I got the right one here. Someone turn the lights out on that bad boy. So that's 65. Here's the one. I believe this is the one that's out toward Terre Haute. So we'll kind of do a before and after as this thing gets a little bit closer. We'll see how this plays out. I'll keep an eye on these cameras too.
Okay, perfect. Looks like they have gone tornado warning for Vigo County.
Okay,
that's just coming in. That's going to be Vigo County until 8:30. Was that pocket that you just saw tightening up a little bit?
Let me put my warnings back on, and I assume it's exactly what we were talking about.
Okay.
It has not popped up on my box just yet. Yes, parts of Vigo, Park, and Vermilion counties. Radar indicated, we should point that out, radar indicated rotation. And this is going to go until 8:30. I mean, and they're clocking it at 65 miles per hour. And there you go. There's the warning. So what I'll do is let me just shed the data real quickly so the folks can see the polygon. So again, remember, broad severe thunderstorm warning. And then they're doing a great job with this. This is what they're going to have to do. And so Terre Haute, Universal, Clinton, Rosedale, Sealyville. 70, going to cut across 41 with radar indicated rotation. That's moving northeast at 65.
Okay. Yeah, we had a Facebook question about the movement. So northeast at 65?
Yep, 65 on the circulation.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So because we had people ask about that.
And I can do a track real quickly.
That would be great because I had somebody in Monrovia asking about this one, and then Martinsville as well. So Martinsville, you're going to be just south of this part of the rotation.
Yeah. And this, and we just got an update. So there's, again, we've been saying between 8 and 8:15. That's roughly still in line there. Terre Haute, Brazil 8:33. I've just done a small track on this because I can't tell you how long this circulation is going to last. I can tell you the whole line is definitely going to last. This thing's not going to weaken. But yeah, we've got strengthening rotation there coming into Terre Haute. So we will we'll monitor these NDOT cameras very closely to see how this all plays out. I'm going to, in fact, I'm going to get back over to you. I'm going to switch one of these cameras here.
Yes. Those are going to be a little more difficult too as we continue to lose daylight. So we're going to show you as much as we can. Here's the tornado warning for a good part of Vigo County, southwestern corner of Park, far southern sections of Vermilion. Tornado warning for you until 8:30 this evening. I did have a question about Martinsville. Martinsville, that circulation, as it moves northeast, is going to stay just north of you. Here's Martinsville, and we had a Facebook question about Martinsville. But what you see west of you, all of that continues to move east, northeast. So the line itself moving east, some of the individual cells moving northeast between around 65 miles per hour or so. We've had some questions about Lafayette as well. So let's clear this, and we'll just come back out real quick to kind of a large view to show you what we're dealing with. Lafayette, not severe. I've had a few questions out of Logansport as well, continued to be not severe. It's this segment of the line from near Terre Haute and south toward Vincennes that we're most concerned with. Now, some of these individual cells are going to kind of track northeast. So on that path, we could see those into perhaps Greencastle if it holds together. Crawfordsville, if it holds together. Something that we're going to have to watch closely, as this is just the beginning of the line impacting central Indiana, now into the western part of the state at 8:15. So that warning goes until 8:30, 8:45. So if we continue to time this line out, still putting it into the central part of the state between 9 and 10. So if you're watching, say, Kokomo, Tipton, Cicero, Noblesville, Carmel, Westfield, Fishers, Indianapolis, Hendricks County, so think Avon, Plainfield, we're going to be, I would think, around the 9 o'clock time frame, and then moving just east of Indianapolis between 9 and 10, and then into the far eastern part of the state after that. So we're just kind of watch this move quickly from west to east, and we do anticipate numerous warnings. And much like the last couple of storm systems we've tracked, National Weather Service gives you plenty of time, plenty of heads up. Severe thunderstorm warning for everybody. Get into your safe place. Then I'm going to watch where is the rotation developing within this line that I need to now upgrade this to a tornado warning. And we're going to see these little pockets of tornado warnings most likely continue to be issued as the line moves from west to east. And we have at times seen confirmed tornado warnings with this line of storms. Spencer and Bloomfield, please. Okay, Paul, we'll get to you. Let's go, we'll go in. So we're going to go into Spencer there, Spencer and Bloomfield. So just to the southwest of Indianapolis. So Spencer, you've got the rain. Cloverdale, you've got some rain, you've got some lightning. Bloomfield as well. The severe is just to your west. That severe thunderstorm warning, Spencer, Bloomfield, just west of you, goes until 8:45. The tornado warned cell for Terre Haute goes until 8:30. So Spencer, Ellettsville, Bloomington, Bloomfield, if the severe warned storm goes until 8:45, you're going to be closer to that 9 o'clock time frame. You've got the rain now. The severe is still a bit west of you. So hopefully that answers that one. Okay, and I think I've answered them for the most part. I did cover Bloomington, Carissa, so hopefully that is okay. Bedford, so Whitney wanted to know about Bedford. Bedford, a little farther south of this location. So we'll zoom out. You're going to be closer to that 9 to 10 time frame as well. If we're sitting at 8:15, I'd say 9 o'clock, give or take, for Bloomington, Bedford, and those communities that are just west of Indianapolis, and then in that 9 to 10 time frame as we move a little farther east. We've had some great questions and great interaction here on the Facebook stream. Abigail checking in from Shelby County, so let's remove the warning here. So Shelby County, Shelby and Rush counties, you're going to be, it's 8:15, closer to that 9:30, 10-ish time frame, if not a little later. And then it'll be 10, 11, midnight as we go east into Newcastle, Connorsville, Richmond, and Greensburg. Let's go back to the tornado warned storm, and we'll do a little more in-depth analysis on this one. Checking the velocities, which we often do if you've watched any of our coverage, makes it easy for us to show you where we have that potential rotation. And this is going to be near Harrison and in between Harrison and Clinton. So north side of Terre Haute is where we're depicting some of that broad rotation at this point, and really the reason for the tornado warning until 8:30. This cell is tracking northeast at about 65 miles per hour. So we'll come in even closer to give you an idea of where we have this storm and the rotation. So Fairview Park, Universal, Harrison, north side of Terre Haute, moving northeast. So Fairview Park, Clinton, Mecca, Rosedale. So we're now into parts of Park County. This is your early heads up that the storm, Sean, is still showing.
No, just stay. You can stay out there.
Okay.
If you want to pop up N.2 behind Angela, that's fine. She can stand out there. But this is the camera where it's, we're starting to see some of that rain kind of get whipped around a little bit. But this is I-70 at US 41. So this is in Terre Haute as the circulation is going to be working in. All right, that's one of our cameras. We're going to keep an eye on these NDOT cameras as this cell moves in. The first of several areas of rotation that we're going to be following as we have this line pushed through here. I'm showing you a lapse right now over the last hour just so you can see the movement of this, and a quick move indeed. We've got a lot of rain, and what's interesting, we've got a lot of rain on the front side of this that'll probably be non-severe. It's the core of this. You can see where the strikes are, and the expectation that this thing holds together, if not intensifies a little bit, as it catches into this strong wind flow. And speaking of wind, this is how we're going to detect these areas of rotation. It's a very messy radar, I know that. There's all kinds of lightning with it. All right, so this is why we've got this tornado warning that's been issued for this small portion of Vigo and Park and Vermilion counties. But there's a long area that's under a severe thunderstorm warning. It includes Rockville, Greencastle, Brazil, and Sullivan. And speaking of Sullivan, we're detecting some rotation there too, Angela. So this is what we're going to be dealing with between now and the time this thing gets on the eastern side of the state. We're going to have all kinds of these little areas, call them little, but there's going to be areas of rotation that are going to, unfortunately, are going to require tornado warnings, and we're going to see additional thunderstorm warnings as well as this fans out across the state.
Okay, let's go back to that tornado warned storm. Thank you very much for the live camera. Kind of give us an idea of that wind whipped rain that we're dealing with. So if the one that's still showing rotation north of Terre Haute, in between Harrison and Universal and Clinton. So this is crossing 41. It is north of Highway 40 as it moves northeast, Mecca, Rosedale, Rockville. You've got a few minutes. This one's still showing signs that it's rotating at this point. So let's come out a little bit more and go out just so we can give you, okay, so if it would hold together and on this track, Rockville, Brazil, actually rotating part of the storm probably for now staying north of Brazil, provided we don't get embedded rotation developing south along the line, and that's going to be possible up and down the line. So we've had some questions about, okay, if I map this out, is it coming, straight to Rosedale, straight into the Carmel area? We have to wait and see how this holds together. We may in fact see it rotate and then not rotate, not rotate. It happens a lot with cells like this in central Indiana. So just stick with us. And it's the other reason we tell you, don't wait for that tornado warning. The minute you're under a severe thunderstorm warning is when you need to be in the safe place, because these spin-ups can happen with little or no warning. Your warning comes with the severe thunderstorm warning. Don't wait for the tornado warning with this line. We're all going to be dealing with that threat over the next several hours. So that's one of the more impressive areas of rotation at this point, and that's north of Terre Haute in the tornado warned area. Map this out, Rockville, maybe Greencastle, Bainbridge down the line, moving across Park County, and then eventually crossing 231 in between Greencastle and the Crawfordsville area. So this is just kind of an early heads up that we've got a cell that we're watching that is a tornado warned storm for you that is now just to your west. These are moving northeast at about 65 miles per hour. There's a big view of the radar. You've got the large severe thunderstorm warning embedded in that, the tornado warning for that cell north of Terre Haute, all of this moving northeast. We've had lots of questions on Facebook of times of arrival. Pretty much what we expected. We were in the area of after 7 o'clock for the western part of the state. We were thinking more like 7 to 9 for the central part of the state, now looking more like 9, 10 o'clock for Indianapolis, Kokomo, Tipton, and then south into Franklin, Columbus. Closer to, where are we at, 8:24, closer perhaps to the 9 o'clock area for Bloomington. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning just to your west. Columbus, you're going to be closer to that 10 o'clock time frame, and then once we move east, Muncie, Richmond, Connersville, Liberty, Greensburg, Brookville, Winchester, Portland, closer to that 11 o'clock time frame. It is what we have expected, what we've been tracking for the last several days. A line of storms producing heavy rain, lots of lightning, the threat of damaging winds and embedded tornadoes within this line as it continues to move from west to east across the state. At times, our coverage here on the stream will dip in and out as not completely out. We'll keep the radar up just so we can get folks over on Channel 13 updated, provided we get any tornado warnings into our viewing area, and then we'll have coverage on both. So we appreciate you checking in here on the stream. Alicia, I think we talked about Kokomo. So Kokomo tipped in closer to that 10 p.m. time frame. For now, the storms that are in Lafayette moving northeast are non-severe, but we all have to be on the lookout for the central part or the center of this line of storms. That's where we've seen embedded rotation. That's where we've seen confirmed tornado warnings across the eastern sections of Illinois. Is this impacting Fountain County? So yes, non-severe Fountain County, but you definitely have some storms in place with heavy rain and lots of lightning. Shelbyville, Janet, thank you for checking in. Shelbyville, she's saying it got a lot colder, so you might be starting to feel some of the flow out ahead of this line of storms a little farther east. Sean? Yeah,
no, and that'll be interesting to see how that all plays out. I will tell you, just based on radar analysis, I'm going to get a little closer here. So the tornado warning technically continues until 8:30 for parts of Vigo, Vermilion, and Park counties here. Not a surprise, but we're just kind of seeing the rotation. Let me just back it up again. Remember, we're looking for red and greens next to each other here. Okay, you see why they issued that particular warning. And then as we go to current time, there's nothing terribly tight in terms of rotation, but we are finding radar circulation. It's just moved over 41. Crossing through Rosedale and heading toward Rockville and eventually toward Bainbridge. Now, if this were to tighten up, we may get a new tornado warning downstream of this this polygon. Let me. And speaking of the polygon here, we'll show you. Take off the radar data just so you can see the severe thunderstorm warning that continues until 8:45. We'll see if we get an expansion of that. I will tell you, it is kind of a what we call a messy setup. So we don't really have supercells, which is great, because if we had any supercell out ahead of this, those things would be rotating and probably producing tornadoes. And then what we have with this line is just, I got to tell you, we'll see if it intensifies, but right now, we're getting these narrow pockets of strong wind gust with embedded rotation within it. So the rain is about to get into the metro area, but the strongest wind is still way to the west. It's probably, the core of this is not going to be over downtown Indy until 9 or 9:30. So right now we've got the severe thunderstorm warnings. I want to show you some NDOT cameras. Our desk is doing a nice job. So there's the US 41, State Road 63. You can see the rain kind of getting pushed around by the strong wind there. And then this is I-70. So very, very heavy rainfall. And this is going to be key not only tonight, but what's ahead down the next several days. And we'll get to that side of the coin, if you will, in a few days here. But nothing confirmed right now, Angela. Just some very heavy rain, embedded rotation. We'll monitor these trends. There's still, as we mentioned, this strong low-level jet, but fingers crossed. So far, so good. Let's see what happens here over the next 3 to 3.5 hours from where it is now until it gets over toward the Ohio state line. But I still suspect we're gonna get some more warnings here before this thing is said and done.
I couldn't agree more. And that, as we've been mentioning, the National Weather Service issues these warnings to give you enough time to get into the safe place. We don't want you to wait for the tornado warning to be issued. Go ahead and get there with the severe thunderstorm warning issued, just based on the ingredients that are in place tonight. I'll do north to south just to get everyone caught up on where, because we're getting a lot of questions on the Facebook stream, and just know on the regular stream on 13 on WTHR Plus, we are working on technology so that we can interact with you as well. So look for that to come, especially as we continue to get these severe weather events, because we'd love to be able to interact with you, take your questions and your concerns as the extended coverage continues. So look for that to come as we get the updated technology, but it's great that we've got some Facebook interactions as well. So not severe here. Monticello, Logansport, Lafayette, Frankfort. This is non-severe at this point. Heavy rain, lots of lightning. Yes, could we be dealing with some winds gusting 50, 60 miles per hour? Yes, we had some non-severe thunderstorm gusts at 60 miles per hour today. So that's a threat. Monticello, Logansport, Peru, what you see, heavy rain, lots of lightning, not severe. Let's check the hail tracker, and let's check, oh goodness sakes. Matt Standridge is in here, and aren't you? He's got to do sunrise. He's like Sean. He can't sleep when there's severe weather, people.
Those were his exact words.
Well, you know what?
I looked over, he goes, you'd be in here too. So.
Folks, I can sleep when there's severe weather, but these two cannot.
Yes.
Okay, while we're here, we'll check the shear detector and the hail detector just to give you a little more peace of mind that these aren't reaching severe limits. Do we have a couple of green blips here showing up? Yes, indicating some weak shear. What that could also mean, we've just got some gusty winds within this line of rain and storms. Approaching Lafayette, Monticello, Logansport, Peru, Frankfort, Kokomo. That's how the shear looks. Let's check the hail as well.
The new tornado warnings coming out too. This is going to be for Park and, well, kind of the same, Park, Vermilion, Putnam counties.
Okay.
And it was that rotation. Remember the rotation we were talking about? That one I told you that was heading toward Rosedale and now over Rockville. So there's the new tornado warning, Putnam County, till 9 o'clock, with a northeast movement at 65 miles per hour. 65. Radar indicated rotation like the last one. That is good news. Let me just clean up the radar just so you can see where the polygon is. Okay. Rosedale, Mecca. There's New Discovery. There's 36. Russellville, Blakesburg. And it's going to be for radar indicated rotation, which is near Rockville right now. You're within the severe thunderstorm warning. Now we've got the tornado warning. And so that's going to continue technically until 9 o'clock. And this is just, this is just going to be one of those pesky lines that is going to continue to produce these areas of rotation, Angela. Let's do a track.
But you did mention Putnam, so I'll let you do that track, but we might want to get on 13 as well.
We can do, let's do that.
Okay.
Because
I believe that now gets into our coverage area.
Yep, let's do it. I'll tell you, folks on WTHR Plus, we're going to just quiet down. Folks in the control room, we're going to get it over to Channel 13.
And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman. New tornado warning issued now for parts of our viewing area. This includes Putnam County. If you've been watching on WTHR Plus, our streaming app, we've been tracking this storm from just north of Terre Haute with rotation, expecting it to make its way in between Greencastle and Crawfordsville. And in fact, the National Weather Service has extended that tornado warning. This is going to go until 9 o'clock. This is the outline of the tornado warned area for Putnam County. This is going to go until 9 p.m. Does include areas just north of Greencastle, just crossing 231. So think northern half of Putnam Putnam County until 9 p.m. This also covers Park County. So if you're watching back into the Rockville area, this is a storm that we've been monitoring with rotation, at times confirmed tornado rotation across the eastern sections of Illinois. National Weather Service issued a large severe thunderstorm warning to give you several minutes, 10, 20, 30 minutes of warning ahead of time. Now we're focused on the areas of rotation, and we can see it here developing just to the southwest of Rockville. We'll go in close. This is the area that is now under the tornado warning: Rockville, Marshall, just to the near Bainbridge, north of Greencastle, to approaching 231. So if you're in this area, we need you to be in the safest part of your home. That's the lowest level away from windows and doors. And we've been monitoring a consistent area of rotation with this. And if this one is still rotating, you can see it here right over 36 near Rockville, tracking northeast at about 60, 65 miles per hour. That will take it into Marshall, take it into Waveland, and you can see the update now, the rotating part of the storm pushing just east of Rockville. Sean's been monitoring this. Before we get over to him, let's do a quick track on this. We're going to track the center part of the rotation. So from about Marshall, you don't have much time to get into the safe place. We want you there now. Moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. I'm going to actually have to make the map bigger because these are moving so quickly. But it's going to take it in between Newmarket and Bainbridge. Marshall, right now, you've got a few minutes into Newmarket and Bainbridge as this cell moves just to the north of Greencastle across the northern half of Putnam County. So we want you to know that's the reason we're back with you on the stream, back with you on Channel 13 as well. In addition to that, new tornado warning until 9 p.m. for Rockville over toward Bainbridge. They've issued a big severe thunderstorm warning, again, to give you time to prepare for this storm. That severe thunderstorm warning is going to include Montgomery County, and this is going to go until 9:15. The rest of Putnam County into northwestern Hendricks and into portions of Boone. So let's come out just a little bit. National Weather Service doing a great job giving us advance warning. Severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15. The cell that is rotating, that is just now east and northeast of Rockville, that's the tornado warned part of this cell. But if you're anywhere from Greencastle to Crawfordsville, south of Lafayette over to Frankfort, now's the time to get into the safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors, as this cell does have a history of rotation. And we can see it here as we put the shear we call shear swath on it. So what it is detecting the shear that this cell has had over the last hour or so, and you can see it's still fairly significant as it moved just north of Terre Haute. In terms of hail, if you've been with us on the stream thinking that we've kind of crossed that line, that this is now more of a wind tornado threat than it is a hail threat at this point. But a long line of storms, severe thunderstorm warnings, and now the new tornado warning, and even south now of Terre Haute, some new severe thunderstorm warnings. So let's go south, and then we'll get it over to Sean for some additional analysis. This is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning for Terre Haute, just to the west of Bloomington. So this is going to be Owen County into Putnam, southern part of Putnam County now, and then into portions of Greene County. So here's your heads up. Cloverdale, Ellettsville, Martinsville, Bloomington. This storm is just to your west. They've issued severe thunderstorm warnings on it until 8:45, and we're now thinking these storms are going to impact you. Ellettsville, Bloomington, Martinsville, Cloverdale, closer to the 9 o'clock hour. So you've got about 20, 25 minutes before some of this severe threat moves in. And embedded with this line, we've seen areas of rotation as well. And while we're here, we'll check that as well, just because it's something that is going to be very difficult for the National Weather Service, because within this line, we're going to have the potential of straight line winds, 70 plus miles per hour, and then embedded in this, some rotation. Sean, not necessarily seeing that here as it moves east of Terre Haute into Brazil and Cloverdale. And then a little farther east, again, we've given you the warning, heads up, Martinsville, Ellettsville, Bloomington. The severe that you see west of you is about a half hour away.
Yeah, and I mean, we're trying to find, this, we're showing you these areas of rotation that have prompted the tornado warnings, but keep in mind, along this whole line that has been warned for severe wind, we've been talking about the potential for swaths of severe gust, and that's in play. So I've done a track on the whole line, almost east-northeast, at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. So that will get it into Brownsburg roughly in about 30 minutes, give or take. Speedway about 10 minutes after 9. The campus of IU, roughly the same as well. So it is certainly what we call a messy storm setup in the fact that we don't really have supercells, and that's probably a good thing right now, but we do have this line of thunderstorms that's it flares up, and it's encountering some very strong low-level wind that is going to keep it going between now and about 11:30 midnight here. Okay, so we got the severe thunderstorm warning, and admittedly, the Weather Service, when they issued their tornado warning, they did say low confidence, but we still have the tornado warning, and the circulation right now is approaching Waveland, east of Marshville. We show you this. If you're in these areas, you could probably expect close to 60 mile per hour wind, but it's where we see these pockets of rotation is where we could get an intensification of that, and we can get these tornadoes that could touch down very quickly. So that's why we've got this tornado warning that rolls on. Throw you some towns there. There's Sawmill Road. Keep in mind, moving east at 65, so this is likely cutting over State Road 47 right now. There's Waveland. There's 650 North. And so this is what we're monitoring. And then fortunately, we are going to continue to see these spokes of rotation within this long line of storms as it continues to march. And we got this large severe thunderstorm warning, Angela, that's just been issued until 9:15, and that covers a lot of ground. There's a lot of areas within this one. That is going to be for wind potential of 70 miles per hour. That is enough to do damage for sure. And an east to northeast movement on this at 65.
That's
so
quick.
Severe thunderstorm warning, broad area, broad polygon there, Angela. But likely we will get some additional tornado warnings out of it as well. And we've got a camera that's going to be right in the line of fire. This is in downtown Crawfordsville, there in Montgomery County. And the reason we have the camera there, if we were to take the rotation out, and if it may not hold together, but it'll get in there very quickly for the top of the hour. All right, so we'll see what happens with the camera location there. So expect more severe thunderstorm warnings, expect more tornado warnings. At least right now, Matt, have you seen anything in terms of any confirmation? I haven't seen any damage reports just yet. I hope that trend holds.
The spectrum with the turbulence is
Okay.
a little bit weaker right now.
Okay, all right. So it's not very strong rotation, I will tell you that. And it's actually about to outrun the polygon here. So
Okay, it's moving fast.
moving very fast.
Okay,
Very fast, yeah.
and I really appreciated the big track, and maybe we'll do a bunch of those. It really helps for times of arrival. So if you are east of this line and you're watching and you know all this severe stuff is coming your way, you really want to know, well, when is it going to get to my house? So let's go north to south along this line. We'll update all of the warnings, and we'll do some tracks as well. This line of storms for now is not severe. Not severe for you. Logansport, Monticello, Peru, Lafayette, not severe at this point. But once you go just south of Lafayette, we get into that severe thunderstorm warning, and we expect this line to continue to move east-northeast. So think the Clinton County area into Lebanon and Boone County, back through Crawfordsville. Crawfordsville, we're going to watch real close what comes out of Rockville that is now near and east of Marshall, and moving northeast quickly at 65 miles per hour does it start to rotate again? As Matt and Sean pointed out, not quite as tight in terms of the rotation at this point, but we do want to make sure that you're aware of what's coming your way with this line of severe storms. So let's do a track on this, and we'll just do not necessarily the time of arrival for if this is going to rotate or necessarily the peak winds. We want to make sure you're alerted ahead of time to give you plenty of time to get to the safest part of your home, and that's going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors. So this one, we'll take it from just near Lafayette and Frankfort. You've got the heavy rain, you've got the lightning into Brownsburg. Move the leading edge, not necessarily the severe part, but the leading edge. Sean said 65 miles per hour to the east. This should really help. When does it get to my house? Brownsburg, it's 848. Zionsville, 850. With the stream and streaming on WTHR Plus and Facebook, we've had a lot of questions about when does it get to my house. This really helps. Westfield just before 9, Carmel before 9, Noblesville just after 9, along with Tipton and Fishers. Into Kokomo at about 10 after 9. Into Anderson, if it holds together, at 9:20. Gas City, Marion, Ball State campus between 9:30 and 9:40. What I did here is track kind of the leading edge of some of the heavier rain. We anticipate additional warnings to be issued in advance of this, but this just kind of gives you an idea of where we expect the northern part of this line to go as it moves off to the east-northeast at about 65 miles per hour. Let's go south. There are warnings here, by the way, for those of you in Frankfort, in Lebanon. These are severe thunderstorm warnings for Boone County, into Clinton County until 9:15. Southern sections of Tippecanoe, back through Montgomery County, Crawfordsville, severe thunderstorm warning. And we have a new warning now just to the south that's now going to include Danville, so Hendricks County, and then into parts of Martinsville and Ellettsville. I do want to quickly, here on Channel 13, give you an update on that tornado warned storm. It is now just to the southwest of Crawfordsville. We have seen this weaken, the rotating part of this storm weaken. So we're going to get people on Channel 13 back to their favorite television shows. Let me tell you, we are going to go continuing coverage on WTHR Plus. You can also stream us on Facebook Live for continuing coverage, and we'll be back on Channel 13 if we get any new information on these warned storms. And welcome back to continuing coverage here on WTHR Plus. This is a great way to stream continuing severe weather coverage and perhaps watch your favorite TV show on Channel 13 at the same time. We've seen some weakening in the cell that prompted us to get on 13 and update those folks with that tornado warning. We now have additional severe thunderstorm warnings really from north to south. When we were tracking these, they were non-severe, but now National Weather Service is going severe thunderstorm warnings up and down this line. So let's go north. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning for you, Logansport, Monticello, Peru, so Miami, Cass, White counties, severe thunderstorm warning until 9:30. These cells have the potential of damaging wind gust. Still the potential they could rotate. At this point, damaging wind appears to be one of the bigger threats with this storm. We've got a picture for you of Interstate 65 just south of Lafayette. Boy, you can see the rain really coming down. Lots of lightning, lots of wind with this. And this one, again, this is Interstate 65 and State Road 26 near Lafayette, if you're familiar. And boy, you can really see the wind blown blowing the rain there on the pavement here on State Road 26. The elevated area is Interstate 65. The road down below is State Road 26 in Lafayette. And you can see really the power of some of the wind, and that's going to be one of the threats with this severe thunderstorm warning. They were just below severe limits not even a few minutes ago, showing just how quickly these can change. New severe thunderstorm warning for you. Monticello, Delphi, Deer Creek, Logansport, and Peru until 9:30. Just south of there, that's where we had the cameras for you. Lafayette, Interstate 65, and State Road 26. Also, severe thunderstorm warnings once we go south of this location. I'm going to do kind of a big view, and we'll do a couple tracks. I'm going to go leading edge of some of the heavier rain and wind. This way it gives you just a few extra minutes of times of arrival for where you may live. And we've had a lot of Facebook interactions and questions about Lafayette, Logansport, Monticello, this area. So we will track not necessarily the leading edge of the rain, but some of the heavier, the more intense part of this storm as it moves east-northeast at 65. So that puts it into Peru at just shortly after 9 o'clock. Kokomo, same for you. Wabash at about 9:15. Marion before 9:30. And then it starts to move out of our viewing area up toward the Fort Wayne area. So these are times of arrival for a new severe thunderstorm warning, just to give you time to perhaps get into the safest part of your home, the lowest level away from windows and doors. Let's go south of this location. We will clear this track and make our way south. Also severe thunderstorm warnings for this area here. So Frankfort, Crawfordsville into Lebanon and just north of Greencastle. This little pocket at times has been rotating. That's the reason for the tornado warning for you, Putnam County, until 9 p.m. While we're here, before we do the track, let's check the velocities, and that's one way that we can easily see if this one is rotating still or not. Broad, if anything, and the rotation now looks like it's closer to perhaps the Greencastle area, but when it lays out like this, more a parallel, that is more of an indicator that we've got the straight line wind threat versus if we see the tight red and green close together, kind of in a little pocket or a couplet, we call it. When it's more linear like this, indicates more straight line wind potential than it does rotation at this point. But boy, you've got probably some strong winds over you, Greencastle. Heads up Danville, that's coming your way. Crawfordsville, Lebanon, and Frankfort as well. At this point, not showing tight rotation, but still showing that damaging wind threat at this point. We'll do a track very similar to what we did on the northern part of this line, just to give you times of arrival, to give you a little extra time to get into the safest part of your home. Okay, so we'll do leading edge of some of the heavier rain and wind. We know it's in Greencastle now, moving east-northeast at 65. I know it's a lot of cities. You take just a second to figure out, okay, where am I in relation to Crawfordsville and Greencastle, where these storms are and where we expect them to go into Danville in the next few minutes. Lebanon as well before 9 p.m. Brownsburg, Avon, Plainfield. So this is going to move across Hendricks County in the next, it is 8:51, in the next 10 to 15 minutes. It'll be into Zionsville shortly after 9 o'clock. Western Marion County, so we're now into Speedway. Mooresville at 9:10. Windale at 11 minutes after 9 o'clock. Butler University at about 9:15. Carmel, Westfield at about 9:15. Victory Field shows up on the map here. They postponed the game tonight. It's actually a double header tomorrow, 2 games, 7 innings each, I believe Sean said.
Yes.
So there will be a double header during the day tomorrow to make up for the game that was postponed. And when we see this line of storms, we also know that we've got lots of folks, thousands of them down at Gainbridge Fieldhouse for the Pacers game. We've got folks over on Butler University for women's basketball, I believe, as well. So when we see these times of arrival, we hope that folks knew ahead of time that this was coming and get home as soon as possible before some of this moves in.
Yeah, and I was just talking to Matt Standridge off camera about, hey, we need to keep an eye on the south and southwestern part of the state where it's getting into the low-level jet and the inflow's not as contaminated, and voila. A couple of things I want to point out, and the reason, see there's the tornado warning with that cell over Evansville. So these are going to be moving east, northeast. So that's a tornado warning. Seymour, Bedford, keep an eye out, okay? And then as we get a little bit closer, you'll see this shear marker pop up. So if you're in Ellettsville, you're in Bloomington, I want you to watch this one closely, and we'll be all over it for you. But it's right there. You see that shear marker on live Doppler 13 radar, and this is why. That's a really tight circulation that's starting to develop here. So if this trend continues, then we're likely going to get a new tornado warning there. And so Newberry, along I-69, Bloomfield, Worthington, and we'll see. And again, doesn't mean this rotation lasts forever, but that's strengthening right now. And I think, Angela, what's going to happen here, it's going to be, and we've had some of the rotation that's prompted, the 218 tornado warning. I'm not seeing a whole lot right now. I think what we'll have to watch is going to be the southern portion of the line. Is, to me, and we're probably going to get a tornado warning out of this here very soon.
Okay, so then that's the perfect heads up for Bloomfield. So Greene County into the Bloomington area. Just an early heads up that there is a storm strengthening to your southwest as it moves northeast between 60 and 70 miles per hour. It's moving quickly. So you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning. We've mentioned this all night long, all day long. Treat these warnings like tornado warnings as we can see the rotation pick up quickly. And that rotation that Sean was showing looked much different than the cell that prompted the tornado warning for parts of Putnam County. Much stronger, and it had kind of that more couplety look versus parallel. Oftentimes the parallel indicates more straight line wind threat. When we see the red and green really tightly close together, that indicates more of that rotation and tornado threat. So here on this view, there's the rotation that Sean mentioned, now just southwest of Linton. So here is your warning, Bloomfield, Greene County, Bloomington, Martinsville. Stay with us on the stream, stay with us on Channel 13. We will wait and see how this rotation holds together as it moves across Greene County. It is now just west of Interstate 69 and still looking fairly strong. Very similar to the last several events, Weather Service gives you plenty of time, plenty of heads up with the severe thunderstorm warning. Then they do deep dives, focus on pockets of rotation where that severe storm may rotate and produce a tornado. And we're thinking that if this one does, it's going to be that area just to the southwest of Linton, moving northeast at about 65 miles per hour is what we've found so far with these. So let's do a track on this.
Yep.
We'll do just east of the rotation, and we'll take this out at about 65 miles per hour or so. That would put it into Linton in about 5 minutes, so 9:01. Ellettsville at 9:30, so you've got a little extra warning by 20-30 minutes. Ellettsville, Bloomington, the IU campus, Lake Monroe, Lake Lemon. If the rotation holds together, this is where we think it will track, somewhere from Linton and Greene County up toward in between Martinsville and Bedford based on the movement. You're already under a severe thunderstorm warning in this area. I would treat it like a tornado warning until this storm passes you by, unfortunately. Lowest level, safest part of your home, away from windows and doors. Severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe County and Bloomington goes until 9:30. Owen County for you as well. Clay County for you as well until 9:30 this evening. Seeing something?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
The new scan just came in. Yeah, it's. I was just about to tweet this out. Just let folks know, give folks a heads up there that might not be watching us in Monroe County or might be on Twitter or whatever. But yeah, the rotation is definitely tightening up. It's a tight.
Tornado warning for that cell.
Yep, there you go. New tornado warning. Matt Stander's with us here as well. So right on cue, and I've got a track on this. At 65 miles per hour, Ellettsville, Bloomington, Lake Lemon, within the next, again, if the rotation holds, we'll have to wait and see, but if the rotation holds, that's what we're staring down.
Hey, Sean, I'll read it for a second as the data is still coming in. The tornado warning is now including southeastern Sullivan County, northeastern Knox County, western Greene County, northwestern Davies County. This warning goes until 9:15, and this cell, like Angela's tracking, is moving about 60 miles per hour. This thing's fast.
Yeah, they're going so fast here. So, and there's the polygon that just popped up that Matt was talking about. Okay, rotation is now east because they're moving so fast. So it's already past Edwardsport. There's Linton. And again, I've got the track on this just to include Bloomington and Lake Monroe. You're not under a tornado warning right now, but you need to watch because it's a favorable environment, especially south of 70, as the team has been saying the last couple of days. And that was the most probable area for tornadoes. All right. Right now, radar indicated. And we're going to keep tabs on that. Let me put up the debris tracker. So that's okay. And then let's put up the shear rate. So we'll keep an eye on this. Right now it's saying weak shear. We'll see if that changes. I will tell you in terms of what we've seen tonight, this is the strongest couplet we've had so far. Now mind you, the storms have only been in the state for a couple of hours. But there you go, moving very quickly as we've addressed. Let me clear up the. Not right now. Not right now, Jack. But Bloomfield and the Polygon, Lyons, and Newberry for radar indicated rotation. Tornado warning will continue. This goes until 9:15 p.m. here. All right, so going to back up just to show you in off camera again. Matt and I were talking saying, hey, we need to watch the southern portion of the state because the inflow coming into these storms is not obscured as much as what's going on more around the metro area right now. And you can see that thing really, really tighten up. And this was our concern, these quick pockets of rotation. So we'll see if indeed this thing holds, Angela, as we move forward here. Tornado warning, Greene County, Knox County, until 9:15.
Yeah, and if you're watching on Facebook or the stream at this point, Greene County just technically out of our viewing area to the southwest. But as soon as we see how this holds together, we'll be making sure to alert folks in advance of this storm, Ellettsville, Bloomington, Martinsville, as the storm, if it does continue to rotate, makes its way north and east. We have numerous warnings up and down this line of storms.
Sorry, real
That's
quickly,
okay.
Just saw Crawfordsville, 64-mile-per-hour gust.
Okay. So that verifies as far as the severe thunderstorm
Correct.
warning. 58 miles per hour higher, that's a severe thunderstorm. Inch hail, larger, a severe thunderstorm. We haven't had a lot of hail reports locally. We really think this is mainly going to be a wind tornado event, unfortunately, for central Indiana. And this is downtown Crawfordsville. So this is along 231. You can see the wet pavement. You can see at times the gusty winds and this wind-driven rain. The good news here, we did have a tornado warning for part of that cell as it moved through portions of Putnam County, now not showing signs of rotation, but we do have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings with that potential of 60, 70 mile per hour winds, and that can do as much damage as an EF0 tornado. So we don't want you to take these lightly. We don't want you to just focus on the fact that, okay, my area is not under a tornado warning. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning. Unfortunately, we have to treat these like tornado warnings, that they're going to produce that damaging wind. And believe me, a 64-mile-per-hour gust can do that damage. Let's go north along this line. We'll kind of sum up all the warnings. Severe thunderstorm warning for you, Logansport, Peru, Deer Creek, so Cass County into Miami County, into portions of White County. The severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 9:30. If you are east of this warning, potential here for some damaging winds approaching Peru. Wabash, you would be next. Kokomo as well. We've had a lot of folks on Facebook streaming with us this evening, questions about Kokomo and Tipton. The heavy rain is there. Now that severe wind threat is approaching within the next few minutes. Let's go south along this line, and you can see we took you into the Crawfordsville area. There's the 64-mile-per-hour gust that happened with this line. That's now east of Crawfordsville. Lebanon, heads up. You got a couple of minutes. This has a history of severe wind, and you are under a severe thunderstorm warning with little to no notice. We can get those severe winds that cause damage, Boone County, Clinton County, and still in an environment that is favorable for rotation. So take this storm seriously. It's approaching Lebanon right now, holds together, eventually into Sheridan, Tipton, Cicero, Noblesville, and Zionsville. We've had several people checking in on the stream from Zionsville as well. This is downtown Lebanon, Interstate 65 and State Road 39. Starting to see some of the heavier rain arrive, and that potential that we get some damaging winds. And speaking of damaging winds, we do have a new warning, and I believe this is going to be a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Yes. So this is going to be a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So we're probably here in the next few minutes going to have to get on Channel 13 as well.
Yeah, let's go.
This one, you can see the curvature bowing out Brownsburg, Avon, Plainfield, just west of Indianapolis, including downtown. Get into the safe part of your home. We're going to take just a quick break on the stream. Don't go anywhere. Our team coverage will continue as we get on Channel 13 as well. And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman, along with meteorologists Sean Ash and Matt Standridge. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for a good part of our community west of Indianapolis. Zionsville, Brownsburg, Avon, Plainfield. The cell that is coming out of Greencastle is moving your way with the threat of 60, 70, maybe even higher wind gusts. Don't see these issued very often, but the National Weather Service has gone destructive severe thunderstorm warning for western Marion County, covering a good part of Hendricks County. This destructive severe thunderstorm warning goes until 9:30 this evening. We want you to treat this as a significant storm. Safest part of your home is going to be away from windows and doors. This is where the storm is now in Cloverdale. You can see the camera shaking just a bit, and the heavy rain and really wind-driven rain at this point. The gusty winds out in advance of this are now in Danville, central sections of Hendricks County. That's the reason for the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I am going to put a track on this to give you a heads up on where this storm will go next, and it's one of many that we've been tracking live on the stream, WTHR Plus, nonstop since 7 o'clock this evening, and then kind of cutting in and out on Channel 13 to make sure that our viewers are aware of some of the severe weather moving in right now. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Danville, it's over you right now. Moving east, are these still east at about 65 miles per hour?
Yep.
Moving northeast at about 65. So these are moving very quickly off to the north and east. Lots of towns come up. So just take a moment, figure out where am I in relation to Danville in Hendricks County. I'm east of there, and that's where it's going. Brownsburg, headed in now. Avon, 910. Plainfield, 912. Mooresville, 918. Boone County, it'll come clip the southern part of that county, including Zionsville and Whitestown, at about 9:15, 9:20. Into the Indianapolis Zoo, so just west of downtown at 9:23. That puts it at about 16 minutes. So western Marion County, you have 10, 15 minutes at the most. Get into the safest part of your home. Holds together and continues on this path into southern Hamilton County, 9:25 for Carmel. Downtown Indianapolis as well at 9:25. South side, 9:30. Noblesville, 9:30. So we expect this destructive thunderstorm to move northeast very quickly across Hendricks and Marion counties. National Weather Service doesn't issue these very often, but this one has the potential of significant damaging wind threat and still the potential that we could see some rotation out of this. So it's a storm, one of many that we're monitoring. There are additional severe thunderstorm warnings that go south and also tornado warnings. This one just technically out of our viewing area. This is downtown, remind me, Jack?
Danville.
Danville, okay.
Radar, by the way, indicating 75 to near 80 mile per hour wind over there right now.
And you can almost see that, Sean, just from this vantage point in Danville. So we're along US 36, Highway 36, and you can see the wind just whipping the heavy rain in Hendricks County at this point. And that's the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go back there in just a second. Want to quickly update you, Greene County. This is a cell that Matt and Sean had pinpointed for rotation, and sure enough, it tightened, and the National Weather Service did go tornado warning on it. It is still showing that rotation near and just south of Linton. Bloomfield, you are in the tornado warning. You have just a few minutes. Safest place of your home is going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors, and we want to take this out. Already severe thunderstorm warning, Martinsville, Ellettsville, Bloomington. If this continues, you may see your severe thunderstorm warning upgraded, but we're giving you time. We're giving you time now. Early warning, early heads up to get into the safest part of your home, Ellettsville, Bloomington, Martinsville, and we're really going to watch this rotating storm that is moving through parts of Greene County as well. Sean mentioned the radar indicated wind with the destructive severe thunderstorm warning measuring 70 plus miles per hour. And you can kind of see it with the radar. When we get that curvature, it means the wind is so strong, it is blowing out in advance of this. So we've got the winds most likely already picking up significantly for you, Brownsburg and Plainfield. Zionsville, Whitestown, you need to watch this one too, along with downtown Indianapolis, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And Sean, National Weather Service doesn't issue these very often.
No, and look, we've said this earlier today, there's going to be certain thunderstorm warnings you need to take and treat like a tornado warning, and that's the case here. So it is over Cartersburg, it's moving into Plainfield right now, heading toward the airport. I'm going to get in close and keep in mind this thing is moving so fast to the east that these blue pixels that you're seeing on the radar that's indicative of 75 to 80 mile per hour, it's probably well east of this location. I'm going to show you the shear rate product that's going to pick this up, okay? There's Plainfield, there's Main Street and Plainfield. It's going to cut right through there. All right, there's County Road, and you see that extreme wind shear. I'm afraid to say that we are going to get some pretty bad damage out of this. Okay, destructive thunderstorm warning for Hendricks and western Marion County, and within it, we could get some embedded rotation as well. In fact, we just did get a new tornado warning, and that is going to be included for Marion County till 9:30 and Boone County until 9:30. All right. And this is why. Rotation tightening up right now. So the whole thing is going to produce 75 to 80, and then we're getting this tightening up. Let's get in close on this. There's this County Road 300 North. There's Tilden, County Road 500 North. And if you're in Brownsburg, you need to be in your tornado location. This is going to be moving toward you within about 5 to 10 minutes. You need to be in the lowest level. Away from outside, you need to be in the basement if possible. Tornado in progress, or at least about to develop here. Tightening of the rotation. Pittsburgh, and going to cut, Angela, the way this thing looks, it's going to come right across Main Street there Brownsburg, and Pittsburgh, moving
Okay.
east and northeast. So we were worried about this all day long, and now, unfortunately, this thing is coming to fruition here.
Yeah, and you point out the new tornado warning, and easy to see with radar, the tightening of that rotation on the northern part of all of the shear that is being picked up, or that wind threat that's being picked up with live Doppler 13 radar. Sean mentioned downtown Brownsburg, take shelter. Zionsville, Whitestown, we had mentioned you a few minutes ago, giving you that early heads up. It's now approaching you with a rotating storm, perhaps with winds in excess of 70, 80 miles per hour. Even on the southern extent in the destructive severe thunderstorm warning, that threat, just got some information from the National Weather Service that this, when we see this spike, this wind damage threat spike, we're looking at 70, 80 plus mile per hour winds and we'll put the radar back on when we show that curvature. So those winds are racing out in advance. Speedway, heads up. West side of Indianapolis, heads up. We're now going confirmed tornado warning. So if we can get any additional information on that, that is Brownsburg. You've got seconds. Safest part of your home.
Yep.
You're now under a confirmed tornado warning. Brownsburg, Zionsville, just north of Speedway. Speedway, get into the lowest level, away from windows and doors. National Weather Service now seeing, and most likely now, spotter confirmation.
Yep.
Sean?
Well, and we're getting on live Doppler 13 radar. We have a debris signature now. This was, I was worried about this. So there's County Road 400 East. There's Tilden, getting a little bit closer. That is the radar picking up debris. And this, again, going to be moving into Brownsburg. Going to take the radar back just a little bit. You'll see that little donut, okay? It gives us an idea where it's moving. It's moving toward the east and northeast quickly. Brownsburg, we lost the tornado debris signature, but this thing is over Brownsburg right now. There's 56th Street, there's I-74. There's Airport Road. It's right on top of Brownsburg right now. So we can only hope that everyone is in their lowest level in their tornado shelter. This is Brownsburg right now. We are going to keep an eye on that camera because the circulation is going to go right over. Now we're following that zone, Angela, but keep in mind we still have destructive wind that's moving through a sizable chunk in a very populated area as well. So it's now on the western side of Marion County. So we got multiple things going on here all at once. Long line of destructive wind that's pushing through. And then we've got the confirmed tornado as this is moving over Brownsburg.
Yeah, and sirens are sounding downtown.
Yes. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
thought I could hear them, and news
Jack,
director came in.
if you could, Jack, pop up that, I tell you what, pop up our tower camera, which is looking to the west. We're getting some illumination there with the lightning. I know it's kind of a tough shot there. And then if you want to pop up the camera that's in Brownsburg, the NDOT camera as well. So this is our fears, unfortunately, kind of coming together here with what's going to be the destructive wind and the tornado.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got another camera too there at I-70 and State Road 267 that's wobbling a whole bunch with the significant wind and the rain coming down. Confirmed tornado warning now for Brownsburg and parts of Hendricks County, and I just got an alert that the Pacers game has gone final. Unfortunately, that means thousands of people coming out of downtown into their cars and heading home, Matt.
New debris signature on the latest scan puts this just next to where the Lowe's and Kohl's are on the west side of Brownsburg coming into the Walmart. They're right at the section of Green Street, so we do have that
Yep.
camera from NDOT. State Route 267, this will be passing over very close to the exit on 74 there along 267 in Brownsburg. Once again, the Walmart area and then the Lowe's and Kohl's is where the debris signature is right now.
Okay, thank you so much for that information. So if you're familiar with this area, if you live in Brownsburg, if you live in Hendricks County, that is great information, some landmarks that you might be familiar with. And that debris signature, what that means is the radar is picking up something bigger than raindrops, bigger than hail. It's picking up debris as it is being carried up into the atmosphere from a tornado, doing damage at this point. Please be in the safest part of your home. You've got just a couple of minutes. Whitestown, Zionsville. This is the cell that we're tracking. Confirmed tornado warning with a debris signature indicating that it is producing damage, causing damage in Hendricks County. This is the Brownsburg area. Boy, you can see the slow movement of the traffic here. So this is I-74 and State Road 267. And I mentioned the traffic, and it just makes me nervous. We've got thousands of people coming out of downtown Indianapolis, out of Gainbridge Fieldhouse, and into storms that are significant at this point. And it is a long line of storms that extends from our northern viewing area, Kokomo and Tipton, with severe thunderstorm warnings south into Fishers. In the confirmed tornado warning in Hendricks County, approaching southern Boone County, and the destructive severe thunderstorm warning that includes the western half of Marion County. And not to leave out those of you in Bloomington, we've been monitoring a cell just to the southwest of you that at times has been showing signs of rotation. Let's go south to north within this line. This one that is near Ellettsville and Spencer has at times shown signs of rotation. We will check the velocities, and at this point still looks obviously fairly intense as we have the red and green close together. This is right over Bloomfield, tracking northeast. So heads up Spencer, Ellettsville, Bloomington. This is your time to prepare for the storm that is just to your southwest. And if it's any indication on just how unsettled the atmosphere is, we go north, and we've got the destructive severe thunderstorm warning now extended to include all of Marion County into portions of Hancock County, southern Madison. This destructive severe thunderstorm warning for winds perhaps in excess of 70 up to 80, if not more, miles per hour. And the rotating part of this storm that is coming now just east of Brownsburg, there is a significant storm producing damage right now across Hendricks County, headed into southern Boone and headed into Marion County. We encourage you to be in the safest part of your home, away from windows and doors. And unfortunately, as I mentioned, this is happening as a lot of folks come out of Gainbridge, leave downtown Indianapolis, and a vehicle is not a safe place to be at this point. Let's turn the radar back on. The new destructive severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, will include downtown Indianapolis, Beech Grove, Lawrence, Castleton, Fishers. This is going to go until 10 o'clock this evening. Greenfield, Knightstown, Spiceland, Carthage. You have time. You have time to get into the safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors, as the bowing out or the curvature that we see here with the radar indicates those intense winds coming into downtown right now. South side, west side, east side, and then the confirmed tornado warning that is going to impact the northwestern sections of Marion County. So let's get you in where we have the confirmed tornado warning. If this cell is rotating still producing
Strong
damage.
rotation.
Strong rotation.
Strong rotation.
The new debris signature is very weak, but it's near Eagle Creek, right over Eagle Creek. So it's starting to leave Brownsburg, coming into the Traders Point area, Angela.
Okay, so that's going to be northwestern sections of Marion County, so just south of Zionsville. So there's the signature here that you can see even without even looking at the debris or looking at the velocities. It's this little hole here, this little hook in the radar echoes. This is approaching 865 and Interstate 65. Northwestern sections of Marion County. Take shelter. Zionsville, Whitestown, Meridian Hills. You're not in the confirmed tornado warning, and it looks like that rotation may stay just north of you. However, we want you to be in the safest part of your home, as this storm has a history of damage and the potential of additional damage at this point. The destructive severe thunderstorm warning goes until 10 p.m. That was a new one. The confirmed tornado warning until 9:30, and it does include the northwestern sections of Marion County. I do want to come out just a bit to give you a heads up. Storm producing damage at this point. It is approaching, as Matt mentioned, the northwest side, Eagle Creek, Traders Point area. That's northwest Marion County. On that track, north and east, Zionsville, Whitestown. Does it hold together and enter the western and southwestern sections of Hamilton County? So be thinking now, Westfield, Carmel, Noblesville. If this one continues on this track, that's where it's going to go, in between Whitestown and Meridian Hills and Broad Ripple, and then in between Noblesville and Fishers. A significant storm at this point, and unfortunately is causing damage. Sean?
Yeah, I mean, look, Lafayette Road, if you're at Lafayette Road, 56th Street, Matt mentioned Eagle Creek, Colts Complex, this is where this tornado is. And it's a strong signature and very likely still going on here, all right? We're showing you this. This thing is pivoting, going to be coming right down 56th Street, right there at the intersection of, or the intersection of 465, 65, there's Lafayette Road. But I'm going to tell you right now, if you are in the Indy metro area, even if you're not in Eagle Creek, if you're in the Indy metro area, you should be in your tornado safety area until this can go. Matt, go with me.
New tornado warning because this thing's moving fast. It now includes the Fishers area, Carmel, Westfield, and Noblesville because it's moving at 60 miles per hour. And the latest on the debris ball has it coming in just kind of getting close now to 71st Street. It has now crossed 65 and kind of where 465 and 65 meet there on the west side.
Yep.
Very close to 71st Street. So that northwest corner inside the loop of 465, that's where the debris ball is right now.
All right, so we're going to get a new scan here, and we're getting a new confirmed tornado warning, but I'm just telling you, there's so much going on. We got the tornado, but we also have the destructive wind with this. So if you are in Indianapolis, in the Indy metro area, till we can give you the all clear on this, you need to be in your you need to be in your tornado shelter. We're getting rocked here in downtown right now. So we got pop-up tower camera. If you guys want to pivot that around a little bit to give us a better perspective, that's fine. But tornado in progress in addition to destructive wind that's in progress here, okay? This is crossing over, as Matt talked about. This thing's going to be crossing over. There's our new scan, crossing over 65, 465. If you're in Legendary Hills, you're in Marsh Road there, 71st Street, 74th Street, Lakeside Drive. You should have already been in your safe spot. We need you there now. Tornado that's going on. So we're tracking a tornado, but we're also tracking widespread destructive wind as well. Multiple things going on here. Let me put on the debris signature. It's not as defined, Matt, wouldn't you agree? It's not as defined as it was a little bit earlier.
I think you're spot on.
Yeah, but when we look at the wind velocity, that's where that circulation is. So let's just take it out. Westover, Meridian Hills, Grandview, there's Guyan Road, New Augusta. You should be in your tornado safe spot. And if you're in downtown, you should have already been in your tornado. Go ahead, Jenny, please.
Yeah, hopefully my mic's on, but I did want to let you know, we mentioned thousands of people at the Pacers game. The Pacers did have a weather announcement on the screen telling fans to stay in the field house until the weather passes.
Yeah, okay, and so let's do something here. So let's go pop up our shear detector because I think this is going to help us out. There's Eagle Creek, and this purple box is the confirmed tornado warning. So this right here, there's your tornado. This is it right here. Moving quick, as Matt talked about. Matt mentioned 71st. There's 74th Street. New Augusta. Matt, you got any landmarks you throw them out to? 79th, getting an update here. So that is the tornado. In addition to that, look at all of the strong wind, and you see those reds on the wind shear there? That's destructive wind. And we got a lot of big trees up there on the north side of Marion County. This thing is cutting through downtown as we speak. So we got to address what's happening on the east side now. That's why this destructive thunderstorm warning's been issued. Technically goes until 9 p.m. I've never done this before, but I felt the need, Angela, that we needed to tell everyone in the metro area to get in their safe spot until this thing can get east and we can give the all clear.
You know what? I couldn't agree more, and I can't tell you how happy I am to that Jenny passed along, that the folks at Gamebridge had the weather alert. They're holding people in the field house because the last thing we want are thousands of people leaving Gamebridge Fieldhouse headed into 80 perhaps plus mile-per-hour winds and the threat of a tornado. Sean and Matt doing a great job on landmarks, on where the tornado is, and outside of that tornado, that wind threat that is now on the east side, Beech Grove, Southport, heads up Lawrence, Castleton, it's coming in, New Pal, Acton, you will be next, along with Fortville. What's highlighted here also in purple, and this is somewhat new information within the last few minutes, that confirmed tornado warning has been extended out of Zionsville to now include Meridian Hills, northern sections of Marion County, up toward Fishers, Carmel, Westfield, Noblesville, and there is significant wind with this storm, and you can see it here just now east of Zionsville. So we go street level, but not too close. So here's Carmel, if you're familiar with Highway 31 or Meridian, and then Keystone. It's crossing Meridian in approaching Keystone now, near and just north of 465. The 465 loop is right here on the north side, so just north of Meridian Hills and Broad Ripple is where we have some of the significant wind damage threat and tornado threat at this point. As we come out just a little bit, you've got a little bit of time, not much. Carmel, Fishers, Noblesville, Westfield, McCordsville, even into Fortville, moving very quickly off to the northeast, and you can see the radar update and that significant wind damage and tornado threat coming into Carmel right now and the north side of Marion County, showing what we're dealing with in terms of the radar being able to show us the shear and that significant wind. I do want to come out to a larger view because we do have additional storms. This is 116th Street and 31. 31 is also Meridian. You can see the wind-whipped rain at this point, the reduced visibility, and a significant threat moving across the southern half and central sections, really, of Hamilton County at this point. Jack, thank you very much for getting us that picture. Numerous warnings up and down the line. Bloomington, we don't want to leave you out. There are severe thunderstorm warnings for you. Johnson County as well. Let me put the radar on. I'm going to give Matt and Sean just a few extra minutes to gather some damage reports. We are getting lots of power outages, by the way, coming out of Hendricks County as the wind moved through. Tornado and wind gusts in excess of 70, 80 miles per hour. There are warnings in advance of this line. I do want to take you from the confirmed tornado warning south and jump in if you two see anything.
We just got a new scan in. You really can't see the debris ball anymore, but there's a wall cloud, and I want to give you a couple of schools, Angela. Nora Elementary School, Spring Mill Elementary School, that's just inside the 465 belt loop. Clearwater Elementary School, and the wall cloud seems to be over North Central High School. So just south of the 465 interchange pushing east.
Yeah, and Jack, if you could pop up, because I'm going to put up what we call quad boxes here, and just hang with me, because this is to try to show you as much information as possible. But in my opinion, on that lower right screen on the debris detector, it looks to me, Matt, that right there along Meridian Street, right there along Meridian Street, that's going into Carmel.
Yes.
Crossing 126th as well. All right, so that is the tornado portion of this. That is not the whole story, but there it is, and there it is right there. Over Newark Village. Let me take off the quad box real quickly, and I'm going to go to the debris detector so we can get in really tight there.
Okay, so that's just south of City Center Drive.
Yep.
If you're familiar with the Carmel area.
Yep, and there's Range Line Road. Now again, this thing's moving at 60, east 65, so it's already east of this position. But so that puts it over Main Street and 126th Street. You should have already been in your safe location, but that's where that's the tornado. Again, can't stress this enough. I've worked in here for a while, and this is the first time we've had a situation like this, where we've got a confirmed tornado and we've got confirmed destructive wind moving right across the metro area that's going to require so many folks that should be in their lowest level away from window location here. We got destructive wind now that's on the east side of 465, moving through Lawrence. New Pal, you're in the destructive warning. And then, the north side of Marion County, Matt, even with the tornado, we've got all kinds of wind issues here. All kinds.
And it looks like with that debris signature, it's almost as if a new wall cloud kind of formed and created it. But Carmel Elementary School, this is headed towards Mohawk Trails Elementary School, Cherry Tree Elementary School as well. So we're watching this thing move very quickly as it's crossing Angela Keystone Parkway and coming deeper into some of the neighborhood divisions there on the east side near Cherry Tree.
This is over, this thing's over Carmel.
Yeah.
That's is over Carmel.
Yeah.
Highly populated, obviously. This is not what we wanted to see. No. There's the debris signature right there.
Yeah, you hate to see that. And that's where it is now. And maybe Sean, come out just a little bit.
You got it.
So you can, so if you're New Britain, so that's going to be Hamilton County. That's going to be along State Road 37 north of Fishers. So that's where we expect it to go next. And again,
I'm just going to kind of lapse this a little bit just so you can see the movement. All right, there you go, right there. And so it's it looks like it's not real wide, but it is definitely it's picked. When we say debris detector, that donut that you're looking at, that is the radar detecting debris. It could be trees, could be shingles, could be something like that. All right. As Angela mentioned, Matt, I've been doing so many other things. Angela, what's the speed on this?
They've been moving between 60 and 70 miles per hour, but let me get you confirmation on that, Sean. And I really like that wide view just because it gives folks an idea, okay, I know where Fishers is, I know where Carmel is, and it's moving, it's there now, and I'm familiar with that. And I don't live too far away from that. So giving them, that additional heads up, I think really helps.
No, you're great. What do we got on the speed here?
65.
All right, 65. Let me take. All right, north of Fishers there.
So this is 146th Street and State Road 37. I mentioned State Road 37 that looked like if this holds together, we were tracking it coming out of near the Traders Point area, out of Brownsburg, in between Meridian Street and Keystone Parkway. Matt mentioned it just crossed Keystone Parkway and now is going to start to make its way north and east. Purple box indicates that confirmed tornado warning. We have seen significant signatures of that, and I do want to show you where we expect this to go next, just to give you that heads up. It's in Carmel now, but Noblesville, if you live in or around Ruoff Music Center, Fishers, you need to be in the safe part of your home, McCordsville, Fortville, extend this out, heads up, Cicero, LaPel, Pendleton, Ingalls, Anderson, so moving across the southern half eventually of Madison County if this holds together, and we have seen significant signatures within this confirmed tornado warning and the destructive severe thunderstorm warning as well. While we're here, let's go back to that shear rate has been really great in showing us where we have the destructive wind and that threat of the damage from a tornado as well. They're coming out now of Carmel, Fishers, New Britain. So this is State Road 37 and Interstate 69 crossing right now New Britain. If you're familiar with that area, this is 37 and 146th Street. So just a little north of that radar location that I showed you, or basically right over that radar location I just showed you. In between Noblesville and Fishers is where we're getting some of those wind spikes right now. And boy, you can see just the rain being blown down 146th Street and State Road 37, or just north of 146th Street. This is State Road 37. And do know, if you had family downtown for the Pacers game, they did do a weather alert. They were holding people. We will get to Jenny with any additional information on when they're going to let folks leave. But we are dealing with a dangerous situation moving across parts of Marion County. Matt?
I'm looking at the new debris signature. It looks like it's just about to cross the White River and come into the south side of Noblesville, kind of what you were just saying, 146th Street. That's very close to where you've got Costco, and there's a Starbucks right there on 146th Street, and headed up 37. Probably maybe just staying south of the Walmart and the Chevrolet that's on the south side of Noblesville, but somewhere south of the Walmart headed into near the Costco is where it looks like this debris signature is headed next, Angela.
Okay, let's come out to a really large view. We're not leaving you Fishers, Noblesville. This is I-69 and Campus Parkway. So this is basically right at that intersection that Matt mentioned. So there's this is where Hamilton Town Center is. So if you're familiar, Hamilton Town Center is at this exit. This is also the Ruoff exit, the music center. We do want to make sure you're aware. We've got the confirmed tornado warning. We've got the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Greenwood, Franklin, you're under severe thunderstorm warnings. South to Bloomington, we need to treat these, as we have been most of the evening, as tornado warnings. Safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. We have significant storms moving now into Monroe County. So I'm going to go south and then we'll come back north and pick up the destructive severe thunderstorm warning and the confirmed tornado warning. Bloomfield, Spencer, Ellisville, Bloomington. Safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. Within this line of storms, the potential of damaging winds, and still may see some pockets of circulation and or rotation in this area. So please take shelter, Bloomington, Ellisville, and then a little farther east into portions of Brown County and Nashville. Martinsville getting hit hard, Greenwood getting hit hard. When we see the radar, we call it bow out like this or curve out like this. This indicates the winds strengthening, pushing out in advance of the line of storms. And so the winds, most likely Pendleton, are already picking up for you, and a few minutes away, Anderson, into the east side. Now starting to see the winds calm down a bit, but this is racing into Greenfield, Knightstown. So across Hancock County, north and south of I-70. Safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors, Cumberland, Acton, southeast side of Marion County, Beech Grove. Some of the strongest winds are now pushing east of this location, and that confirmed tornado warning. We are back in the Noblesville area. This is I-69 and Campus Parkway. Visibility very low in this area, and this is an area that we were monitoring for the significant wind, the destructive wind, the wind that may be rotating, and if this cell is still producing a tornado, it's going to be very close to this area and moving now just east of this area. So I-69 and Campus Parkway, that's this area right here, Noblesville and Ruoff Music Center. Campus Parkway is the exit for the Music Center, and now we have confirmed continuing tornado warning. We were trying to give you heads up. Lapel, Anderson, this is moving very quickly to the north and east. They're continuing the confirmed tornado warning now in advance of those pockets of destructive wind that we were showing you right over and now just east of Noblesville. This is going to move into Durbin. So if you're familiar with some of the more rural areas of Hamilton County, into Clarksville, over to Lapel, Edgewood, Anderson, you're now under the confirmed tornado warning with a significant wind being detected here. Sean.
So what I did here, I'm going to take the radar back a little bit, and Matt and I were just talking off camera. We don't see a tornado debris signature right now. That is good. But I'm taking the radar back a little hour to show you how this progressed. Keep your eye on that spin that went through Brownsburg. And our Rob Ellis, by the way, is telling us traffic stopped on southbound I-65 right at Eagle Creek. Matt, that's what you said.
Hey, I think Jenny might have an update.
Okay.
What do you got, Jenny?
Just quickly, in Brownsburg, we actually have a crew headed to the scene right now. Not confirmed, but a report of some structure damage, possibly a warehouse in Brownsburg. So we have a crew going to check that out. Again, not confirmed report, but sounds like there could be damage to a structure in Brownsburg. Also getting a lot of report of debris on roadways, State Road 37 in Fishers. Dangerous for drivers out there. Obviously, you don't want to be on the road, and some of that debris is getting in the way and could be dangerous as well.
Absolutely. And in the Brownsburg, if we show the radar, so we're going back in time here, all right? You can see the twist that went through, all right? There's Eagle Creek, there's Lakeside, and then this thing went into the northern side of Marion County, went into Carmel, and now we're not seeing a strong velocity signature right now.
Sean, is there one trying to redevelop just south of where the old one was? I'm talking just south of Lapel on Storm Relative. It's almost as if it's trying to cycle maybe a little bit.
And that's what we'll have to
watch.
So so the broad, and what Matt's saying is we don't have a tight circulation right now. We got a broad one, but right around Ruoff, right around Lapel, will be the area that we'll have to watch. Now, we still have the tornado warning that's going on, but that's the area we're going to focus on. And that's why we've got the extension of the tornado warning for parts of Madison County. In addition to all that mess with the tornado, we still have a now, I will tell you, the worst of the wind is now over for downtown. I know there's this large polygon. Let me draw a line. I'm going to draw a line, Angela, just where we can at least give some all clear. And it's just basically behind this arc.
Okay.
But you're near that arc and you're east of it, Greenfield, Pendleton, Knightstown, New Powell, the worst is just about over. And Rob is giving us some real-time reports here. He said definite damage at Lafayette Road right over Eagle Creek. There's some power poles snapped. He hasn't seen any structure damage just yet. And there's numerous vehicles, numerous emergency vehicles there on the around Eagle Creek, Angela.
Yeah, and we're starting to see the power outages really ramp up here, especially across Hendricks County. I'm not going to stay on this map long. You know, if your power is out, what's most important is that we get folks updated on where the destructive storms are going. Great reporting from Rob Ellis on some of the damage. And I did have one other damage report. Now I will see if I can find it. Trees snapped. So we're starting to see that folks sitting in their bathrooms in Hamilton County, lowest level away from windows and doors, and a significant line of storms that continues to move east. Here's your heads up: Marion, Richmond, Greenfield, Franklin, into Shelby and Rush counties. We do have destructive thunderstorms moving east at this point. Still have the severe threat: Bloomington, Columbus, Nashville. We don't want to leave you out, but by far the most destructive part of this line of storms has made its way through Marion County, parts of Marion County, parts of Hendricks County, and is now into Hancock County. So Greenfield, Anderson, the winds are picking up in advance of this line of storms. Heads up Alexandria, Anderson, Greenfield, even Newcastle down the line. Muncie, you've got a little time before this moves in, along with Mount Pleasant. So this is going to come out of Madison County and head into Delaware County. And you can see the movement very quickly off to the north and east. We will check. This really has been a great product for us, showing us the strong winds. Doesn't necessarily mean that all of this is rotating and or all of it is producing a tornado, but it has been really helpful in verifying where we have the destructive winds. Matt just mentioned Lapel. There it is, the shear detector right over Lapel. If we map this out and move it out in time, Frankton and Anderson, so moving across the southern half of Madison County, seeing a wind spike over Pendleton in that destructive severe thunderstorm warning area as well. And then south of there, we did have some significant wind come through downtown. Marion County reporting thousands now without power, and there are those wind spikes. Greenfield now just east of New Powell, so we can give you early warning. Morristown, Newcastle, Spiceland, Knightstown, Carthage, Morristown, all of this big wind, destructive wind, that potential continues to move northeast. Oh my goodness sakes. So this is Interstate 65 and 82nd Street. So remind me, Jack, what side of town we're on? This is the northwest side where Rob was telling us.
And he's texting in our group here. He said Lafayette Road impassable. There's snapped lines. Debris at Eagle Creek. Says where Eagle Creek goes over Lafayette Road. It's right next to I-65. emergency vehicles blocking traffic. Matt, what you got, brother?
We've got a new tornado warning for northeastern Hamilton County going into northwestern Madison County. A new circulation has formed headed towards Elwood.
And that's the one, and let's go right to live Doppler 13 radar, okay? There's the circulation. So it went broad, starting to tighten up. It's right there around Lapel, right, Matt?
And there's a new one just a little bit north of that. A new warning is going to pop up on your screen in just a moment, but this is the one. So we do have that circulation over Lapel headed towards Anderson, but then we have a new one that's headed towards the Elwood area.
All right, so I see what you're saying. It's right there. All right, so we still, and there's the new warning that Matt was talking about. I'm going to let me zoom in. Elwood, Frankton, Alexandria in this polygon. It goes technically until 10 p.m. Now on the radar, right now, the circulation compared to what we've had is not crazy, but that doesn't mean that in 1 or 2 minutes that it can't tighten up. We want you in your safe spots, all right? And then we still have the broad circulation that's over near Lapel.
And that's going right to in between Frankton and Anderson. Sean.
Yeah, so I mean, even though, that tornado warning's still going on. So, and we've got the severe thunderstorm warning that includes Muncie as well. So, unfortunately, Angela, I told our crews this morning I had a pit in my stomach about tonight, and unfortunately, this thing has played out. We've got teams out going to be covering the damage here. And the worst in terms of wind right now, Indianapolis, Marion County, it's all heavy rain. The worst of the wind is done. We're still going to, now I think what's going to happen, we're going to transition to a flood situation here over Marion County in addition to all the cleanup.
Well,
it's going to be undergoing.
Yeah, you hate to hear those reports coming from Rob Ellis because you know what? It's dark. It's dark and we've got trees down. We've got debris in roads. We've got power lines down. You have to treat every power line as if it is live and stay away. Let the appropriate personnel, the appropriate crews get in and get the power shut off or get it safe. And it's just really unfortunate and unnerving and scary when we're dealing with this kind of situation and it's dark and we've got debris and trees and power lines down and folks on the roads. Luckily, Gainbridge Fieldhouse held thousands of people in a weather alert, but eventually those thousands of people have to head home and we've got a big backup. Jack, if we could take that camera and then we'll go kind of an in-depth on some of the wind that we're dealing with. We've noticed a huge backup along Interstate 65. So this is going to be the northwest side of Marion County, and you can see all of the brake lights, slow traffic. We've got reports of debris and trees and power lines down.
87-mile-per-hour wind measured north of Lapel.
Okay, so let's...
even without a tornado, that's...
Right, that's going to do damage, and it's going to do significant damage. So let's put I still have the wind on here, and we'll do these pockets of wind, and we'll go north to south. Matt got us the new tornado warning that's going to be just south of Tipton and include Elwood. You're seeing a wind spike here. You're coming out of Lapel. Anderson, you said Lapel had what, 86?
87. 87. From the emergency manager there in Madison County. Measured, by the way, measured not estimated.
Okay, so that wind spike is headed into Anderson. You've got a little time. Daleville, Yorktown, Muncie, and this is going to be a new tornado warning. They're not going to go confirmed at this point because we've seen that circulation tighten up, dissipate, tighten up, dissipate. So for now, but they're going tornado warning. Doesn't matter if it's confirmed or not. Safest place in your home. We warned you a few minutes ago, Muncie, that this was coming your way. Some of the significant destructive wind is in Anderson right now. And on that northeasterly track, Daleville, Yorktown, Muncie, Eaton, all of the northern half of Delaware County will be in the path of this. Let's head south. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning continues for portions of Hancock County. Some of the destructive wind now just east of Greenfield, Spiceland, Knightstown, Carthage, Newcastle, moving in now. Let's go south of this location. because we've seen a few wind spikes and we don't want you to feel left out. Southern part of our viewing area near Lake Lemon, near Bloomington, just northeast of Ellettsville. These are tracking northeast as well. So Martinsville, Lake Lemon, Morgantown, some of these bigger wind spikes indicate that potential of severe and or destructive wind. And we're picking that up now just to the east of Ellettsville, moving northeast into Martinsville. This is I-70 and State Road 9. Obviously, visibility significantly reduced. So this is going to be east side, east of Indianapolis. This is going to be near the Greenfield area. And boy, the significant amount of rain at this point still coming down, and the wind visibility is terribly low at this point, and this area remains under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning as well. We will continue to track. Again, Rob Ellis has sheet metal debris. Yep. Not sure. It's hanging on power lines on Lafayette Road. And it looks like we might, according to Rob, might have had some lines fall on a vehicle on Lafayette Road as well. So we do have a crew headed to that area of Marion County, but this is unfortunately what we're dealing with, a long, large line of destructive thunderstorms with tornado warnings and confirmed tornado warnings to the north. There's the destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and then additional severe thunderstorm warnings with a severe threat. Jenny, I know we've got some power outages coming in, and any additional damage reports that you can pass along from the newsroom.
We do. So significant power outages, as you can imagine. AES, almost 15,000 right now all across the Indianapolis area. Duke Energy reporting about 12,000 power outages. Also, I had mentioned that there is a possible structure collapse in Brownsburg. We have a crew headed to that scene right now. I did reach out to Brownsburg police, and I have heard some additional damage, some semis that were overturned at 56th and Ronald Reagan. Also debris on the road at 56 and Northfield State Road. So we should get some answers soon as far as that collapse. Also hearing from IMPD that there are power lines down, traffic lights out, multiple trees down, especially on the west side of Indianapolis. So obviously with power lines down and traffic lights out, that's a safety concern when you're traveling. Hopefully people are staying home in their safe place. But if you do have a loved one on the road, you know, that person needs to know that those power lines, that could cause a real danger on the road. So we'll continue to try and get some additional information, especially about that possible structure collapse in Brownsburg that we have a crew headed to right now.
Yeah, and we've warned our crew to be safe as well, as far as being on the roads and getting to those locations so we can pass the latest information on to you. And this is I-69 near County Road 750. So that's going to be north and east of Indianapolis in this cluster of tornado warnings and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings that are now northeast of Indianapolis. What you just heard from Jenny is now making its way northeast of Indianapolis into Muncie, through the southern half of Madison County, and then continuing to move north and east. We do have new destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, not necessarily quite at the level, but Bloomington, you've got severe storms overhead. Franklin as well. Still the threat that we could end up with damaging wind and or rotation in this area, right over Martinsville, Ellettsville, and Bloomington, tracking northeast into Greenwood, Franklin. So this will move across portions of Johnson and Brown counties, eventually into Columbus and Shelbyville. So just a heads up, we are also monitoring you. In addition to that, new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to go for parts of Henry County into Randolph County, and this is going to go until 10:30 this evening. This area of destructive wind is approaching Newcastle now, and on this path will move into Newcastle, move just to the northwest of Richmond, impacting Muncie. It's over Alexandria and Anderson right now with the heavy rain and the heavy wind. But those reports that Jenny just gave us an indication of what these storms have produced and unfortunately continue to produce as these storms move off to the east. Muncie, safest part of your home is going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors. The severe threat is ending in Indianapolis in terms of the wind. Unfortunately, we've got a lot of damage, and unfortunately it's dark and it's difficult to see debris along a roadway or over a roadway. So if at all possible, stay in the safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. This is I-69 and State Road 26. So again, we're a little farther north and east of Indianapolis, really showing the amount of rain and the reduced visibility, Matt.
Hey, quick update. You're talking about Muncie. Ball State is sending the students to the basements. You were talking about schools earlier. So if you have a student at Ball State, they're getting to their safe locations. Jenny, do you have an update?
Trying to get a couple of more details.
Okay.
I-65 southbound, INDOT says all lanes are closed due to an overturned semi at the 125 mile marker. So I was just trying to picture where that was, the 125 mile marker. But I-65 south, all lanes closed due to an overturned semi. And those winds, you guys, you know, they're trouble no matter what.
And rotation tightening up just west of Muncie. Okay, tightening up there near Delville, northeast of Anderson. So the destructive thunderstorm warning's been issued, but I would take, so you should already be taking your tornado precautions with this. But you can see the polygon there, and there's Moonville, east of Prosperity, Yorktown, Delville, and this thing may have to get extended a little bit farther to the northeast here. So tornado warning continues for Delaware County till 10:15 for that intensifying rotation. I don't see debris on it yet. That could change quickly. There's the rotation right there. And see it tightening up, and going to be crossing I-69. So we might want to keep an eye out on I-69 there north of Daleville on our INDOT camera. Circulation is going to pass right over there. So please be in your tornado safe spots. Destructive thunderstorm warning, Angela, has gone all the way to the state line. And the worst of the wind, again, over for Indy, but we continue to see strong wind and potential for some rotation all up and down this line here. So we still have a long way to go here for the eastern part of the state. In addition to that, we've still got thunder. So folks trying to do some cleanup where we've had a tornado that's tracked from Brownsburg, Eagle Creek, north side of Marion County into Carmel. And then we've got a real strong storm here. Certainly a lot of electric with it, and then pockets of high wind as well. So we still have another couple hours to go, unfortunately, friends.
And this is a live view in Bloomington showing the heavy rain. Still the potential of the damaging wind threat continues really from north to south across this line of storms and will impact Bloomington, Nashville, Columbus, Franklin, eventually Shelbyville and Rushville, Greensburg as well. In terms of the warnings, as Sean pointed out, that destructive severe thunderstorm warning now goes until the state line. It does include Wayne County and Richmond until 11 o'clock. Those of you in Randolph County as well. Sean also mentioned the tightening of the rotation that is just to the west of Muncie. We're seeing that there. Also another little spike in the velocities here a little farther north of that, and this is near Alexandria, also in the tornado warning as this moves north and east, heads up Hartford City. We've got intense cells over Madison County right now with tornado warnings and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings south into portions of Henry County, eastern Hancock County, and then now out ahead of it into Winchester and into Richmond as well. Destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. These have a history of doing damage with winds 70 to 80 plus mile per hour. In fact, we had an 87 mile per hour gust reported in Lapel with the storm that is now approaching Muncie. So we just want to make sure you're aware of what's coming your way and give you a little heads up of the destructive nature of these storms. Rob Ellis also kind of safely out and about and giving us information. Appears to be a large vehicle on its side, I-65 southbound right over Eagle Creek. And Sean mentioned that's where we believe the track of this tornado went, from intensifying over Brownsburg with a debris signature on radar, tracking over northwest Marion County, including Eagle Creek, and then into Hamilton County and into the Carmel area. That cell is now moving into Muncie, impacting the western sections of Delaware County right now. Broad rotation, not overly tight at this point, but the tornado warning continues for you. Good news to hear that the severe weather information is being passed along to the students. They get into the lowest level and they wait for this storm to pass. And some spikes here showing up on the velocities as well. Alexandria up toward Fairmount to just south of Gas City. Unfortunately, the threat of severe weather continues to the south. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is the cell that we were monitoring coming out of Bloomington with the heavy rain, with that damaging wind threat, and now severe thunderstorm warning for Martinsville, Greenwood, Whiteland, Franklin. So we mentioned southern sections of Morgan County moving into Johnson County and then eventually into Shelby County. So just be aware, we are not done with this severe threat, not by far at this point, as the storms continue to develop and unfortunately bring with it that destructive wind threat and the tornado threat. So this is how radar looks at this point. We also have additional warnings. They are south of our viewing area, so they are, but Bedford, we're going to watch this one just to your southwest. A couple of tornado warnings in this far southern part of the state. Otherwise, the line, as expected, has moved from west to east, impacting all of central Indiana on this Wednesday evening, and some of the damage reports just starting to come in. Matt.
Hey, Angela, we've got a debris ball, it now looks like, for that storm coming into Muncie. The debris ball looks to be just north and west of Yorktown, near the Kamek area. It's very close to the Muncie Elks.
Yeah,
John, you got an update?
Yeah, if you pop it up there, we'll show the debris signature. Yeah, not far. So there's Ball State University, and it's right on top of I-69. And so this, if it goes on this path, it'll stay just to the west of Ball State University. It's that little donut there you see on links 2. Okay, that's what Matt was talking about here. We'll zoom in. There's I-69. And there's 100 west. So this is a tornado that's in progress right now. There's an update. So that's why I was saying it's moving northeast. This will stay just to the northwest, at least the tornado debris signature will stay to the northwest of Ball State. But tornado in progress there. As we get a little bit closer, there's County Road 300 North. There's there's the town of Bethel. Moving to the northeast, but they're going to keep them in their safe locations there in Muncie as well as Ball State University with this tornado debris signature we're showing you there with this storm. All right, so confirmed tornado warning.
Yes, until 10:15 on that.
15, for good reason. So the radar picking up on that. We've seen that, unfortunately, several times tonight. Several times that we've had the tornado debris signature. And so that's the radar hitting debris that's being lofted. We don't know what kind of debris it is. Could be a tree, could be some shingles, we don't know. But that's it right there. That's your confirmed tornado. You should be in your safe spots there in Bethel. You've had the tornado warning that's been issued for a while. And there's the circulation that's moving over. Let me just show the shear rate. Yeah, so it's showing it up nicely there. There's Kamek. Going to head toward 35 there near Anthony. All right, there's Nebo Road. And there you can see there's Ball State University. This is not far from it. Let me put a distance tracker on this. It's roughly about 4.5 miles, 5 miles to the west-northwest of the campus there, Angela.
Yeah, and that's obviously one of the bigger storms that we are tracking at this point. But I also want to point out a tornado warning for Martin County. So you might be thinking, well, where is Martin County? Here's Bloomington. It's southwest of Bloomington and southwest of Bedford. We're going to have to watch this area closely as well, because this will move into an untapped area, Bedford, Seymour. So just be aware that we're also monitoring the southern part of this line of storms for additional tornado development. There are tornado warnings for Martin County until 10:30 this evening. We go north, we find a little curvature here to some of the radar echoes coming out of Martinsville. This would indicate some stronger winds east of Martinsville, so southern half of Johnson County. Be aware you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. We've had wind gusts 70 to 80 mile per hour plus with some of the storms this evening, and now that is moving across Johnson County as well. Let's check the velocities while we're here, just because, again, not showing any significant signs that this one is rotating, but sometimes when we get that curvature out ahead of it, that does indicate that damaging wind threat is beginning to increase. And speaking of damaging wind threat, we still have the destructive thunderstorms. Destructive thunderstorm warnings that continue for Newcastle into Richmond, Winchester. So this area here, these storms have a history of 70, 80 plus mile per hour winds, and some a history of tornadoes as well, especially with that cell that is now in the Muncie area in Delaware County. Confirmed tornado warning until 10:15 for the northern part of Delaware County. Confirmed tornado warning as this storm moves north and east. Just to give you an idea of where we go next with this storm, Hartford City, Portland. It would stay just north of you, Winchester, although you're going to get some storms, but the confirmed tornado warning, if we take it out north and east, will head toward Hartford City and Portland into the eastern sections, the far eastern sections of our viewing area. Sean has been keeping an eye on the velocities and that rotation that is near the Muncie area, just north of the Ball State campus and northwest of the Ball State campus. And this is the area that we're monitoring here. Yep. That is Eaton. You would be in the path, safest part of your home. This is your heads up. It's a minute away. If it's still rotating, producing a tornado, it's near Gaston and headed into Eaton, don't you think, Sean?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. And it is. It's the tornado debris signature still very much in place there. We put it at about 5-6 miles. It's north of Muncie. It is moving away from the campus. But right there, that is it. Confirmed tornado warning continues. Get a little bit closer here. So this is the radar picking up on debris. There's Gaston, County Road 850 North. And you mentioned the town of Eaton. This is going to be a really close call. Take the radar back just a few frames and you can see it pop up there. So still a tornado debris signature, that circulation moving east and northeast toward the town of Eaton. So in your safe locations. And Matt, I think we got some confirmation on damage you and Jenny want to talk about while we're showing the radar.
Jenny, what do you got?
Yeah, so I want to take you back to Brownsburg. I've just heard from police. Oh, sorry about that. Helps to turn my microphone on. A couple of things. Want to take you to Brownsburg, where police have confirmed damage at the Coles, Sur La Table, and Home Goods for sure. So structural damage there. Those are on Northfield Drive in Brownsburg. And that's also in the area where we are taking a look at a possible warehouse structure collapse. Again, we have a crew kind of headed to that scene. We're getting some images in. I'm kind of waiting for us to be able to turn that around. And then in the meantime, I also want to take you to I-65. If we guys can pull up INDOT 2, we'll see the backup from what we're being told is an overturned semi on I-65 about 5 miles south of Whitestown. We understand that all southbound lanes of I-65 are closed. You can see nobody's moving on this camera. So all lanes of I-65 southbound closed about 5 miles south of Whitestown because of an overturned semi. So that again in the Boone County area, which kind of got hit first with all the wind. Still checking to see on the confirmation in Brownsburg. Yeah, we do have some photos. Our Chuck Lofton is actually headed to the scene there.
He just texted me some photos. I'm trying to turn them around as we speak.
Yeah, I'm seeing them too.
And he thinks it's the warehouse, the Sur La Table warehouse.
Okay.
In that area.
Which is on Northfield Drive in Brownsburg.
Okay.
So that would track with what police are telling me about some additional damage as well at the Kohl's and the Home Goods in that area. So as soon as we can get those images, we'll share those with you as well.
All right, thanks guys. All right, so let's go back to live Doppler 13 radar here, and I want to take a broad view, and then we're going to dive in. So severe threat over for downtown Indy. These are our current. Here's the current situation. I want to start to the southwest, and I want to work up to the northeast. We've got tornado warnings that are not in our viewing area right now. However, if you are watching in Bedford and Mitchell and Brownstown and Seymour, and we're going to watch them for you, we've got tornado warnings. We have rotation with those cells that are down there. And it's the southern portion that we'll be concerned with. So we expect there could be some additional tornado warnings. Stay with us. Severe thunderstorm warning continues over pretty much most of Johnson County until 10:30. Morgantown, Trafalgar, Lake Lemon. And this is going to be, we don't have rotation right now, but we do have the potential for wind damage there. And then as we move over to the eastern side of the state, we still have a large area that's under a destructive thunderstorm warning. And then we get up to northeast, and we still, let me see if we still have the debris signature. So we've lost the debris signature, but we still have rotation. Rotation moving away from Muncie. The rotation, as we told you, is moving over Eaton. So, Ange, I'm going to get over to you. I'm going to take these pictures, try to turn them around real quickly. We can get them in our box here.
Yeah, because we have the pictures, and they're scary, seeing some of the destruction that's coming out of these storms tonight. We do want to kind of do a reset. We still have confirmed tornado warnings, destructive severe thunderstorm warnings if you are north and east of Indianapolis. If you are west of Indianapolis, we can give you the all clear. Downtown west, Hamilton County west, you're the all clear in terms of the severe threat. That is not the case if you are north and east of Indianapolis, as we continue to monitor severe storms, confirmed tornado warnings. This area, safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. Sean is going to work on turning those pictures, and there is a lot of damage from these storms coming out of near the Brownsburg area, the northwest side of Marion County. We had this tornado move through Carmel as well, and that cell continues to track north and east. So Hartford City, Portland, Winchester, Mount Pleasant, Newcastle, Economy, Richmond. So we're going to get into the eastern part of the state, the eastern part of our viewing area, with the potential of 70, 80 plus mile per hour winds, and still that potential that these storms are going to rotate. We'll go even closer.
Angela, some good news for you really quick. They've issued a new tornado warning for northeastern Delaware County, but they're taking off the confirmation.
Okay,
so
perfect.
You don't see a debris ball anymore. They're just north of Muncie, but Muncie will be no longer included once that new tornado warning is all situated. Angela?
Okay, excellent. So what Matt just mentioned, the tornado warning, they're going to take the confirmation out of that and go tornado warning as it makes its way through the northeastern sections of Delaware County. And good news that it isn't showing that debris signature. And really, it's that debris signature that we started to pick up on, Sean and Matt, near the Brownsburg area, and we knew this one, this storm in particular was doing damage. While we're here, let's go ahead and check. This has really been a great product for us this evening with live Doppler 13 radar, just picking up on these wind spikes. Not nearly as intense. There's that tornado warning that Matt mentioned. Doesn't now include Muncie. You're pretty much getting close to an all clear with the significant wind moving north and east of you, but heads up Hartford City and Portland. Some of these wind spikes and the potential for destructive wind will continue to move north and east. Winchester, Mount Pleasant, Newcastle. Let's head south. And we're picking up on some wind spikes, southern sections of Henry County. So then where does that go next? Franklin, Hagerstown. Now, Franklin, don't get confused. This isn't Johnson County. I'm in northwestern sections of Wayne County. Hagerstown, Cambridge City, those wind spikes that we're showing on radar track northeast. Lynn, Fountain City, Webster, Richmond, all under this destructive severe thunderstorm warning at this point. This is I-69 and State Road 18. So reduced visibility here. The rain continues to come down. The wind is still a factor in this area north and east of Indianapolis. Again, that's Interstate 69 and State Road 18. Lots of lightning with this as well. In terms of wind spikes, now I am going to talk about Franklin and Johnson County. We've got a couple of cells coming out of Bloomington. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for you, Johnson County. Brown County, you've got some wind as well up toward Nineveh, moving northeast. Heads up Needham and Shelbyville. Maybe even Columbus and Hope down the road as well as these storms continue to pick up in nature. I also want to go south. We have to keep an eye on a couple of tornado warnings, not in our viewing area, but just southwest of Bedford. So Bedford, if you're thinking about going to sleep late on a Wednesday night, take that phone with you, make sure it's charging, make sure the volume is up, just in case we get some alerts for you as we monitor a couple of significant storms now across the southwestern part of the state. If these would hold together, most of the storm motion with this has been off to the north and east. One thing that may help you, Bedford, Columbus, Seymour, is the fact that we have some cells overhead. So maybe this will work over the atmosphere just enough that we can keep the tornado threat a little farther south. But Bloomington, heavy rain. Strong winds out in advance of the rain. That's moving into Nashville in Brown County and Columbus now. Franklin and Greenwood with some heavier rain. And then, of course, those destructive severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings that continue to the north and east.
Hey,
it has been an active night of weather so far, and the images coming in, Sean, are really scary.
I don't know if we've really scratched the surface right now because of how dark it is. I want to show you, this is from Chuck Lofton. This is the Surla table there, the warehouse. And unfortunately, Chuck is on the scene right now. He's telling us crews are trying to extricate a woman who's been pinned by that metal roof that collapsed. And Jenny, you got some...
I was going to say that exact, we're just getting that information.
Yeah.
So
you can,
warehouse collapsed. There is a woman who is pinned by roof metal. The wall collapsed as well. I mean, when you see this image, it's just really frightening to see what weather can do. And just for location purposes, this is on Northfield Drive in Brownsburg.
That was right in that location, Matt.
Yeah, this is right around I-74, kind of in that area. And from police, we understand that the home goods and the coals were also damaged. But again, the concern here is that a woman's life is in danger as they're trying to free her from the debris. Yeah,
and you look at that picture, and if you recall, when you go through your tornado drills as a kid, you know, the last place you want to be is in these big open, like that's why you don't go to your high school gymnasium. Let's just hope that the rescue crews can get her out, and we don't have any serious injuries for tonight. But I suspect we're going to continue to see more and more damage coming in. Now we're going to switch it back over to live Doppler 13 radar. So we've got in the Weather Service, because of what's happened, so they're pretty much issuing destructive thunderstorm warnings on everything tonight for good reason. 70 plus. We were worried about this, and then we get within all of this, we get these areas of rotation. Now this is radar indicated versus radar confirmed. We've had two different types of those tonight. That's radar indicated rotation. That warning no longer includes Muncie. It does include the northeastern corner of Delaware County, and the circulation is right over Eaton. We look at our debris tracker, we don't see the debris signature, the tornado debris signature that we had earlier, okay? And then, so let's get a radar update on everything that's going on here. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Johnson County at this hour. Now, I don't have lightning turned on, but I can tell you these things are charged up, and they are still being fed by, and if you've been watching our coverage, we've been talking about this low-level jet and why we were so concerned that when these things were approaching the state line and got over Indiana, that they were going to thrive on this low-level wind, and unfortunately that has been the case. So we've got the wind and we've got the lightning and we've got very heavy rain that's ongoing. And then as we work down, and we're going to have to watch the radar like a hawk here, and that is a very strong velocity couplet that is near French Lick. And so if that trend continues, we're going to be having tornado warnings very soon for Lawrence and Jackson counties if this trend continues. And I don't like what I'm seeing there on the radar. And please know that the environment that's over us is still conducive for rotation and strong tornadoes, still a possibility. So Angela, let me just do a track on this one, just so, because that is turning into a strong tornado signature, velocity signature. That would put it into Bedford in about 15 minutes if it takes an east-northeast.
Okay, well, I'd give the heads up then, obviously, to Bedford, based on that track.
That,
sure.
and in Brownstown and Seymour and down the road in North Vernon. So until we can get the leading edge of this line out of the state, and we were not expecting that to happen really until around midnight, we're going to continue to have additional thunderstorm and tornado warnings. Right now, that couplet is the strongest one in terms of tornado potential. Sticks out like a sore thumb down there. So I would assume that we may get an extension of the tornado warning. So be on the lookout for that. And just got a report. And so again, we talked about the circulation moving away from Muncie. Just had a 70-mile-per-hour wind report at the Muncie airport there. So that's why we continue to see the destructive thunderstorm warning tags on this, and why we were trying to stress earlier today to treat the thunderstorm warnings like a tornado warning. Doesn't matter what's doing damage. 70 plus will do some damage.
Yeah, and I think one of the last times we chatted too, you mentioned this turning into a flood threat for Marion County. We can hear it. The rain continues to come down. National Weather Service is now adding flash flood warnings to portions of Marion County. Give you a close-up view of this. Due to the heavy rain, this is a new we have the severe thunderstorm warning for parts of that area, and we'll cover that in just a second, but we also have a flash flood warning for Marion County until 1:30. We've got debris on the roads, especially northwestern sections of Marion County back through Brownsburg. We've now got the threat of flooding. It's dark, it's dangerous out there. We need to stay home, let the crews get to those people that need the help at this point, and just be aware when we get this much rain and it's dark, it's very difficult to see water covering the road, but that is some new information, a flash flood warning. We also, as Sean was pointing out, some of those thunderstorms, there is a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to include parts of Shelby County and the southern sections of northeastern sections of Johnson County and far southern sections of Marion County. So some severe thunderstorm warnings here until 11 p.m.
Tornado warning coming out for that cell that we were talking about, by the way.
Down south?
Yes.
Okay.
Coming in just a moment.
So there it is.
Lawrence, Martin, and Jackson.
Okay, so let's go south. This was that strong signature that Sean just showed us near French Lick. and there is the new tornado warning. This is going to be for Lawrence County and portions of Washington County and portions of Orange County. So far southern sections of our viewing area, but Bedford and Mitchell, this includes you, tornado warning now until 10:45. And Sean was showing us the intensity of the velocities with this, one of the stronger areas of rotation that is just to the southwest of Bedford right now. So let's come south just a little bit, right near French Lick, if you're familiar with this area. And when Sean did a track on this, we had about 15 minutes or so before it was going to make its way into the Bedford area. Now that we know that they've issued a tornado warning on this, let's do a track as well. We will track kind of the leading edge of this strong rotation signature.
Updated speed is 55 miles per hour.
Thank you very much, Matt. So 55 miles per hour to the northeast. That will put it into Bedford at 10:44. So you have 15, 20 minutes at the most. Strong rotation signature coming out of French Lick just to the northwest of Paoli and then headed into Bedford. If this would hold together, perhaps Brownstown, perhaps Seymour down the way in the next half hour to 45 minutes. So we encourage you in the southern part of our viewing area to stay with us as we will continue to monitor this pretty strong rotation signature. Here we are, Interstate 65. This is just to the north of US 50. So we're going to be down there in Lawrence County, and US 50 is your east-west road. Interstate 65 is going to be your northwest road. Visibility is low at this point, and we continue to monitor a significant cell at this point. It's just to the southwest of Bedford. We'll put the radar back on and kind of do a reset on where we have the warnings. Still a small sliver of Delaware County under a tornado warning at this point. This is just to the northeast of Muncie. Some of the strongest wind now in Portland, just east of Portland, south into Winchester, and approaching the northwestern sections of Wayne County. So economy coming out of Newcastle. When we see this little curvature to the radar echo, indicates that very strong destructive wind potential as it's racing out in advance of that line of storms. And the line of storms, by the way, it extends back through eastern Marion County, just below severe limits, but this is some new information. Flash flood warning for Marion County, southern parts of Hamilton County, northern Johnson until 1:30 due to the slow movement of this line of very heavy rain. This is headed back into Greenfield and will continue to impact areas east of Indianapolis, along and just north and south of I-70. We go to the Newcastle area. Boy, you can see that camera shaking quite a bit, and reduced visibility as well. These storms are having an impact on traffic. We've got roads that have been reported closed because of debris, backups because of semis, and just things like that. So
New tornado warning.
A new tornado warning.
This is going to be for the metro area.
Okay, and that's for that cell southeast.
This is going to be for parts of Hancock, Marion, Johnson counties. And yep, things spinning up here. Yeah, there you go. This is the new tornado warning. And you can start to see that right there. So that's on the south side. If we can, okay, we've already got our camera. I was looking at our tower camera to point to the south here. Circulation center, radar indicated rotation. Over Greenwood and moving moving northeast at 30. So this one is moving a little bit slower. I'm going to go to a different radar that should give us a little bit better resolution. Yeah, there it is. It's not a real tight signature right now, but this warning, by the way, and this might be crossing over 65. The circulation could be crossing over 65. The warning itself includes Perry Manor, Greenwood, Southport, Pleasant View, Beech Grove. So all your phones are going off right now for this tornado warning. And over Greenwood at this time. All right, so if you get in your safe spots, and again, till we can get the leading edge to the east, we still run the risk of seeing this happen here. And that rotation is not real. Matt, you seeing anything definitive?
The terminal Doppler has a little bit of a better view.
Yeah, that's
but this one's tough. But I do think you're right that the circulation is over 65, kind of headed towards Franklin Central High School.
Yeah, and these, yeah, there it is right there. You see it? Just a little bit, moving toward Acton, and I would say, yeah, it's east of 65.
Yeah.
It's east of 65. There's Stop 11, Shelbyville Road. There's Southport Road. And so this is a tornado warning now. And there you go. That's county line, 65 and county line. It is not nearly as strong of a signature. It's right there. So there's I-65. And this will cross over I-74. This is not nearly as strong as the signature that's farther to the south, but you should be in your lowest level, away from windows. If you have a basement, get in the basement. If not, just get in the lowest level until we can get this circulation. And that's going to be moving, getting a little bit closer here. There's 5 points, there's Southport Road. Getting a little bit closer. Shady Woods Drive and McGregor Road. So if you know those, that's your gauge. That's where this circulation is. Matt, have you seen anything in the chat room?
No, it's pretty weak. It almost looks like it's maybe even weakening.
Okay. And I will tell you, speaking of the chat room, Angela, a lot of damage coming in from Delaware County.
Okay.
A lot of damage coming in from Delaware County.
And that was a storm that had a confirmed tornado warning on it as it moved. I assume that's going to be the one that developed near Brownsburg.
Yeah, and we just got a new storm report, 56th Street west of Raceway and Marion, a tree on a house.
Okay.
And that's not surprising either, based on that whether or not this was a long track tornado, we'll see. But we know that there's a lot of damage reports from Brownsburg, Eagle Creek, and then this is the same portion of the cell. And Jack, if you could, just go ahead and pop up that I-65 82nd Street camera again, Angela, because we still have this massive backup. And that's within the path there.
Yeah, and you feel for the crews, the emergency response, getting out, having to get out in the dark and protect people, protect their homes, get things cleaned up. And unfortunately, it is going to be a long, long night.
Jenny, you got
for Central Indiana. Jenny?
I do. If we could pull up some of those photos again from Brownsburg, we are getting some additional information about the structure collapse in Brownsburg. Again, this is the Sur La Table in Brownsburg. Our Chuck Lofton was there and took some photos of the scene. These are just heartbreaking to see. Clearly the weather caused a collapse there. You're seeing some of those photos. Well, now we understand that Indiana Task Force 1 has been asked to come out and assist Hendricks County with this. Initial reports were that they were trying to rescue a woman who was trapped in the rubble. And now Indiana Task Force 1 is headed to the collapse, on the way to assist in any way that's needed. So certainly hoping that the woman is okay, that everyone else is okay, but you can see the damage there caused by those strong winds. Again, this is in Brownsburg.
Oh man, that's sad. Well, let's hope that everything that everyone's going to be safe tonight, and I know the crews have their work cut out for them here. Let's go. Let me show you what's the latest of what's going on here. So I'm going to show you a little cleaner version of the radar. We still have multiple destructive thunderstorm warnings. Wayne County, including Richmond. We've got the tornado warning. Greenwood, Southport, in my opinion, the tornado threat is to your east. Now, I don't have a flash flood warning polygons on. We have a lot of those. But In terms of the circulation, so there's Arlington Ave. You see 465. This can be just southeast of 465. It's not a strong circulation, I can say that. But the tornado warning will continue for the southeastern corner of Marion County, far southwest Hancock, and northwest Shelby County. That is not a real strong tornado signature at this time.
Looks like the circulation that you're tracking to the south has fully now crossed into Lawrence County. So no longer is in Orange County, but coming right towards the Mitchell area.
Yeah, and I just tweeted out, if you're in Mitchell, in Orleans, especially Mitchell, you should be in your tornado safety spot there. That is a strong tornado couplet. I don't see a debris signature just yet. Let's hope we don't. Bedford, you're in the polygon. You should be in your safe location. The tornado warning, radar indicated rotation goes until 11 o'clock. Moving over Mitchell, going to be crossing right there. And that's going to take it right into Mitchell here. So we try to give you as much heads up on this as possible. And if this circulation were to continue, then down the road we're talking Brownstown and Seymour, possibly North Vernon. And we still, as we've talked about all night long, we would have these little pockets of rotation. And that's going to be, we're still seeing some of those. I can tell you the severe weather threat, can almost draw a line here. And get west of this line, you're in pretty good shape in terms of wind and tornado potential. But the flash flooding, and Angela, we need to address that because we have had a tremendous amount of rain that was anticipated as well. And we've got multiple flash flood warnings across the viewing area.
Yeah. And Jenny, if you can get to the desk, just some information to the desk, there's some video coming out of Carmel that we do have permission to use of what appears to show the tornado.
Okay,
so
I can see if they can turn that around.
Yes, and that's coming. Lindsay Monroe says that we now have permission to use that. So let me know if they need any more. We also are saying, got some information from Rob Ellis, semi on its side near the Traders Lane overpass. So appears that there is significant damage from Brownsburg to the northwest side of Marion County into Carmel. Had a big gust over Lapel. Sean mentioned we are getting damage reports coming from in and around the Muncie area as well. What's left of that cell, thank goodness, is getting ready to exit the state. Unfortunately, the threat of severe weather does continue in areas east and southeast of Indianapolis. So we will go along this line. Embedded in this, we still have circulations. One that Matt and Sean were tracking on the southeast side of Marion County, and the reason for that new tornado warning. If the circulation was in and around the Acton area, and what's left of it is now making its way into northwestern Shelby counties, into southwestern Hancock County. So still the potential of damaging wind and or rotation with what you see approaching just west of Knightstown and approaching Shelbyville as well. Shelbyville, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Continue to take these warnings, even if they're severe thunderstorm, as tornado. These spin-ups with little to no warning are still possible within this line east and southeast of Indianapolis. Some strong wind and heavy rain moving back into Knightstown. We've got it into Shelbyville as well. Let's go south along this line. Show you Columbus, Hope. Again, potential for some damaging wind, obviously some very heavy rain. This extends back into Nashville, covering Brown County, and then real concern with that storm, tornado warned storm that is in Mitchell now and just to the south of Bedford. I am going to do a long track on this just to give you early warning on where we expect this to go. By the way, this is Interstate 65 and 31. So we are, help me out here on the location. This is, again, Interstate 65 and US 31. This is an area that we continue to monitor as well, with reduced visibility and some heavy rain as well. And this storm here that is just now to the south of Bedford, showing at times significant signs that it is rotating, and we still have that right over Mitchell, just south of Bedford. So if this one is rotating, it's going to be just south of you, Bedford. I am going to do a track on this to show you where it goes. We were
New speed is 50 miles per hour.
50, down to 50. Okay, thank you very much. So moving at 50, we'll go just in this tornado warned area, take this out 50 miles per hour to the northeast. If it would hold together, eventually into Seymour and North Vernon. So I'll step on the other side so you can see. Seymour at 11:13 and then North Vernon at 11:21. So this is an early warning. Seymour, North Vernon, if this storm would hold together, significant rotation sign with this south of Bedford. If it continues on this path, we're about a half hour away. So this is just an early warning that you can get into the safest part of your home and watch this storm carefully, Seymour and North Vernon. This is Interstate 65 north of US 50, so we're now into Lawrence County and into the southern part of our viewing area, where we continue to track severe storms at this point.
Yeah, and I want to show, I'm going to take the radar back a little bit here, because I want to show you that this is eventually what I feel is going to be the path of this tornado. I've kind of circled it. It's what we call a shear swath. And Matt, do you remember when they issued that tornado, when we started to see that signature around Brownsburg? Do you remember that time?
I'll have to get that time to you.
Kind of run together, but basically from Brownsburg, Eagle Creek, cutting across Nora, Carmel, Fishers, parts of Noblesville, in the same circulation, eventually made it through Lapel, near 90-mile-per-hour wind, and then has cut through
909.
Madison County. I'm sorry?
909.
909. Okay, and so this is where we already know we have confirmed damage in Brownsburg. Chuck Lofton's out there at the collapse site.
We have some more damage out of Brownsburg as well.
Okay.
We have a reporter on scene on Ennis Drive who's saying several homes have parts of their roofs torn off. Neighbors are now out trying to help. So that is, I believe, the northeast side of Brownsburg, possibly in the Branches neighborhood. So that's damage as well to homes, unfortunately.
You know the cross streets there?
Let's see.
But that makes, I mean, that makes, you know, based on the radar and where we were tracking it. And we know Rob Ellis has been giving us many updates from around Eagle Creek. So
It's right next to the Eagle Creek Golf Club. It's about a subdivision or two
west
of
of
there.
Raceway.
Yeah.
Yep,
And it is
yep.
definitely the Branches subdivision.
Yeah, there's Raceway Road. So all of this is extreme, you know, the radar's extreme shear, but we know that it was a tornado. We saw the wind velocity in the debris signature. And so we'll probably get some other pockets of damage along this path as well. Just, you know, we'll wait and see how extensive it is, because again, we're in nighttime now, and so that's
Sean, we got a new tornado warning.
Yep.
This is actually there towards Hancock County,
Gotcha.
coming into Henry County.
And this is there you go, and I've got the shear on it. Thank you, Matt. So this is right over 70. Desk, if you can. I don't want to mess with our 65 82nd, but this will be right there, County Road 675 South, and that's right along 70. Let's put the wind velocity on it. But heads up in Spiceland. Yeah, there you go. So there's 70 near State Road 109. All right. I don't have lightning turned on because sometimes it can really block the most important radar data, but you can see some of the flashes there. Near Knightstown, I've got a friend there too. I'll have to reach out and make sure he's okay. He'll give us a report. And this is going to be moving toward Newcastle and near Kennard. So, and there's Highway 36. So safe spots, tornado warning, radar indicated rotation until this goes until 11:15. We'll put on the shear rate, and that's strong right there. That's not far from Knightstown. I need to check. I'll check with my friend to make sure everything is okay. But that's a strong indicator on our shear. So we will probably get damage reports out of this, unfortunately. There's State Road 109, and this is going to cut Stone Quarry Mills there. There's South Kennard Road. There's an update. So this thing's moving quick. Greensboro, it's probably close to being on top of you. So get in your safe location. Doesn't matter if this is tornado or straight line wind. It could be a combination of both. Please get in your safe spots there. I'll give you some more. There's South Mills Road. It's going to come right up Greensboro Pike, right into the town of Greensboro. Please get into your safe locations there until we can get this thing passed.
And we've seen a lot of verification, Sean, with these wind spikes that you're showing.
Yep.
And the damage, unfortunately, that
Matt,
follows.
what's your speed on that, Matt?
That new one is coming in. By the way, it's weak, but there's a little bit of CC there if you want to look just west of Greensboro. There could also be some hail mixing in, but that may be something we want to look at in Henry County.
Yep.
You see that just a small indication just to your north and west, not quite completely lined up. You see that there towards
near Kennard?
Brent City, just to your west a little bit. Oh.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Just very weak, something to watch.
Yep. Bottom line, Greensboro, it's on top of you now. Newcastle, moving your way, going to cut through Spiceland. And eventually, if it holds together. So anywhere around Newcastle, get in your low level. This thing's coming right at you. It's not a terribly strong velocity signature. We don't need twisting. This thing can still produce 80 plus mile per hour wind, and a lot of them have, by the way. Even the thunderstorms tonight have. But that shear rate, and you mentioned it, Angela, that shear rate spike all night long has been pegging where we've had wind damage, wind issues.
Unfortunately, a lot of verification when it comes to that. A little bit of a track on that news cell that Matt and Sean pointed out. The new tornado warned storm will move across Henry County. It'll be into Newcastle just before 11, Summit Lake just after 11. So moving across Henry County with the potential of damaging winds and a tornado. It is a new tornado warning that will go until 11:15 for a good part of Henry County, and that is one of several storms that we're monitoring at this point. If you are anywhere east and southeast of Indianapolis, unfortunately, that severe threat continues with a significant line of storms, embedded rotation, winds that may gust in excess of 80 miles per hour. And unfortunately, these storms, especially the ones that are now into the western sections of Ohio, have a history of damage. We have crew on the scene in Brownsburg. We've had crews on the northwest side of Marion County assessing some of the damage. Looks like we are efforting video of the tornado as it moved through Hamilton County, including the city of Carmel. I am going to go south, and we will work our way up this line of storms, still significant. And while we're at each path, we'll monitor those areas of rotation that those really have verified in terms of those wind spikes, unfortunately, equaling damage, and we've had a lot of it already this evening. This is how the radar looks. Tornado warned storm just near and south of Bedford, around the Mitchell area. We have seen rotation. It's still showing signs that it is rotating now just to the northeast of Mitchell. So heads up, Brownstown, Seymour. If this holds together, it's going to move northeast and in your direction. A little farther down the road, perhaps even Columbus. So if it's late, I know it's late. If you're getting ready to go to bed and you live in Brownstown, Seymour, Columbus, Hope, North Vernon, Greensburg, make sure you have the cell phone volume up so you can get those warnings. Maybe sleep on the first floor, fall asleep on the couch, do something where you can still interact and get the latest warnings. In terms of those wind spikes, still seeing plenty of that in the tornado warning area, pushing now just northeast of Mitchell near Bedford. Again, moving northeast, heads up Brownstown, Seymour, and Columbus. If this would hold together, it is moving in that direction. Let's go that direction, north and east, and we'll pick up this area here from Shelby County. This severe thunderstorm warned storm has a significant wind spike here in approaching Rushville at this point. So Rushville, technically not under a warning, but I'm going to let you know we definitely have some wind, strong, perhaps damaging and destructive wind now just to your west. This is now coming out of Shelbyville and Morristown and headed into Rushville and Richland right now. So go ahead and get into the safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. This is I-74 and State Road 44 as we continue to kind of give you the tour all across central Indiana of the reduced visibility with the rain, the significant wind that we're tracking, and some dangerous storms at this point. The tornado warning continues for Henry County until 11:15. There's one of the stronger spots of wind that's basically approaching Newcastle right now. So we want you to be in the safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. Tornado warning continues until 11:15. If this would continue to move north and east, it would eventually move into the northwestern sections of Wayne County. And by the way, Wayne County still under that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, Matt.
New tornado warning to the south, a continuation of the cell that went through the Mitchell area.
Yep.
So now northeastern Lawrence County and northwestern Jackson County underneath the tornado warning. Please take shelter. This one, Angela, is moving at 40 miles per hour.
Okay, so we were on this cell just a couple of minutes ago, still showing that it's rotating, still showing that damaging wind potential here with the shear detector. And as it tracks northeast, if it moves strictly northeast, Brownstown, it'll stay just to your north, but I would be in the safest part of my home. Brownstown to Seymour, Jonesville to Elizabethtown, and then a little farther down the road, if it would continue on this path, Hope and Columbus entering parts of Bartholomew County. So this is just an early heads up that that's a significant storm that we continue to track and continues to have a history of rotation and that damaging wind potential that is now moving just northeast of Bedford. And you can see it here on this slightly bigger view. There's the cell, and map it out in time just north of Brownstown, headed to Interstate 65 in between Seymour and Columbus as it moves off to the north and east. So that's one of a couple of storms that we continue to keep an eye on. And the flooding threat. Marion County, most of Marion County under a flash flood warning at this point. That's the green flashing that you see. If you are west of Marion County, the severe threat in terms of wind and tornadoes has come to an end. However, if you are east and southeast, that threat does continue. We have a couple of embedded areas of rotation, one right over Newcastle. This will move toward Winchester, perhaps clipping the northwestern sections of Wayne County. And then that wind spike that I showed you just west of Rushville. You need to treat that severe thunderstorm warning as a tornado warning as well, and that is going to be, I believe, a new severe thunderstorm warning, for Rush County until 11:30. We showed you that with some of the destructive wind spikes that were showing up with the shear detector, and oftentimes we see that little curvature to the radar echo. Wanted to make sure you were aware, Rushville, of some of that high wind, destructive wind potential as we move across the area. And we're efforting, thank you, Matt, we were efforting tornado video for you coming out of Carmel. We did get permission to use this, so we'll take a break from the radar and take a look at that video if we can. If it's ready, maybe it's ready. If not, I'll give them a couple of extra minutes. There it is.
This is from Andrew Snyder. This is basically 116th Street and College.
Oh, man.
Wow.
So that's going to be kind of in that area between Meridian and Keystone-ish.
And that matches right up with the circulation that we were tracking.
And obviously, this hopefully was done at a safe distance and by somebody that knows what they're doing, because we never encourage folks to get out there and get video like this. We'd much rather you be safe, but this is confirming what we unfortunately saw on radar, Jenny, and unfortunately what we're seeing and hearing about some of the damage that's been left behind. Any updates coming out of Brownsburg?
We do have some images. I'm not sure if we were able to turn that around, but we do have some more images of the homes that were damaged. I was talking about the Branches neighborhood. Basically, there are a bunch of homes in the 56th and Raceway area that have some damage, and our reporter Alex Almanza is in that neighborhood. He had taken some photos. I've shared them on X, but I'm not sure if we turned those around yet in order to be able to show you here on the air. Still waiting on some details as far as that Sur La Table collapse. We have Chuck Lofton there. We did know that Indiana Task Force 1 was headed to help as well. We had a report that part of that warehouse, it's basically a warehouse for Sur La Table, it had collapsed. We could see from the photo that the wind had kind of blown the wall in and blown some debris down, and we had a report that a woman was trapped under that debris and there was a rescue effort underway. Still waiting to see the result of that rescue effort, but certainly hoping that she is okay. We do have some good news. INDOT 2 that we've been showing you, that big backup, this was in Boone County, about 5 miles south of Whitestown. There's a huge backup that you can see on I-65. All of the lanes closed because of a semi that was overturned in the storm. We just learned from state police no serious injuries from that. So and certainly an inconvenience for the travelers, but great news to hear that nobody got seriously hurt.
That is good news, Jenny, and thank you so much for the update. Stick with us. We're streaming. We're on Channel 13. Our news at 11 is getting ready to start here in a few minutes. We have a new flash flood warning. This is going to include areas south of Indianapolis, so from Johnson County into Morgan County, into parts of Monroe County, and we also have numerous additional severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings at this hour. Let's go north to south, and we're going to do a restart coming up here at the top of the hour, but this is one area that we continue to watch with circulation, with potential rotation, and it's right over Newcastle, moving northeast, headed into Winchester and the northwestern sections of Wayne County. So heads up Hagerstown, Economy, up into Winchester, and then we'll go south. This tornado warning continues for the eastern sections of Henry County. Just wanted to give you a heads up where it goes next on that path. Winchester and in between Winchester and Richmond along 27 in the eastern part of our viewing area. Destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. These are issued for Fayette and Wayne counties. Going to be northern sections of Fayette and parts of Wayne County. That will go until 11 o'clock this evening. We have additional severe thunderstorm warnings, intense wind associated with this complex of storms from Knightstown south to approaching Rushville right now. This is moving off to the east, northeast, heads up Cambridge City and Connorsville. Destructive, damaging wind possible with some of these thunderstorms. Heavy rain out of Shelbyville, Greensburg. Potential of some gusty winds, damaging wind potential with this one as well. And then, of course, the heavy rain over Columbus, the tornado warning from Bedford to just north of Brownstown. That tornado warning will go until 11:15 this evening for parts of Lawrence and Jackson counties. Again, our team coverage is going to continue here as we stream and on Channel 13. We have crews that have gone out to survey some of the damage. If you are folks that are impacted by this damage, remember, we have to treat every power line as if it's live. It's dark, it's raining, it's still windy. There are still threats out there this evening and overnight, and so we just want to make sure that you safely assess some of the damage. We've got thousands without power across central Indiana, and unfortunately the severe threat that continues east and southeast of Indianapolis. Destructive winds topping 80 miles per hour, a tornado threat that continues, and then we transition into a flash flooding threat that goes from parts of Marion County all the way south into Bloomington. Those are the green highlighted boxes that you see, and the back edge of the rain still out to our west, so still the potential for several hours of rain. We're getting some damage pictures in. We're getting damage reports in. We're efforting additional video and really are with you this evening if you are one of those areas that have experienced the severe weather. And unfortunately, it looks like this is going to be fairly significant tornado damage for central Indiana from a tornado that developed near Brownsburg, moved across northwestern Marion County, moved through Carmel. We showed you just a few minutes ago some of that video, and stick with us. We've got pictures, live crews, additional video coming in that we're going to show you as this cell then moved into Delaware County and around the Muncie area. So WTHR 13 News continues here at 11 o'clock. We are live on Channel 13. We are live on streaming. There are warnings across central Indiana, from flash flooding to the threat of tornadoes moving into Brownstown to the threat of tornadoes just to the south of Muncie. We have team coverage across central Indiana, and unfortunately the pictures and some of the video, Jenny, pretty scary tonight.
Certainly, Angela, and we do want to get you updated on some of the damage that we're seeing. That we're seeing tonight. We want to get right to our Chuck Lofton. He is in Brownsburg and Hendricks County, and that's where the search is on for at least one person who was trapped in a damaged warehouse from the storm. So, Chuck, what can you tell us?
Well, good evening. As those destructive thunderstorms moved through Hendricks County earlier today, we had some major damage here. To the south of I-74 is the Sur La Table Distribution Center. And it's difficult because it is so dark, but you see a number of emergency personnel there. In fact, the south wall collapsed. The wall just completely fell over. The top of the roof appears to be ripped off. And right now, crews are on the scene doing extrication work on what we believe is a lady who is trapped in that rubble. Now, they've been here for the better part of an hour and a half. And this area is basically, again, just south of I-74 off of Northfield Drive. That is in the big industrial area of Brownsburg, where there are a number of distribution centers. In fact, we're right across the street from the Home Goods Distribution Center, if you're familiar with that. Debris is everywhere on this side of Brownsburg. Northfield Drive shut off because of pieces of the roof that were picked up and then thrown onto Northfield Drive. Now, there's not much we know about this other than what we told you. During that severe thunderstorm, part of the roof ripped off, the south wall collapsed, and we do know of one person, we believe it's a lady.